Regress. Welcome to my channel. DNK.
Let's talk about the newest booster and by far the most complicated. Localization confusion increases the time between enemy encounters. Thankfully, a ton of legwork on this has already been done by members of the Helldivers community. I read through multiple deep dives on Reddit written up by user Gurganation, who did an incredible breakdown of internal patrol spawning mechanics, which gives great info about the different types of enemy spawns in the game. After that, I read a follow-up post from a Steam user Antique Nova, who referenced the Reddit patrol breakdown and went on to give their findings about localization confusion. Apparently, while localization confusion has no effect on the different kinds of patrols, it substantially increases the length of the internal timer between in-game reinforcement calls, aka bot drops and bug breaches. If you hadn't noticed, unless you're in a certain type of mission like eradicate or escorting civilians where enemies are spawning in non-stop, you can't have more than one reinforcement call happening at the same time. Meaning, if your teammates are on the other side of the map dealing with a reinforcement call, you can rest assured that you will not get one wherever you are. Again, because outside of certain objectives that are basically coded to call in reinforcements, like the geological activity mission, you won't be hit with a random reinforcement call if your team is already in one. Nova's testing revealed that it seemed to give around a 35 to 40% increase between the game's internal reinforcement timer mechanic. It simply just lengthens the time before the next natural reinforcement call is able to occur. They go on to mention that the overall time between reinforcements will change depending on the level of difficulty. On Helldive difficulty missions, the extension could conservatively extend the internal timer by around 52 seconds, which is huge. Getting completely overwhelmed is probably the #1 cause of high difficulty mission failure, and even though reinforcements are bound to happen eventually, postponing the game's internal timer for that mechanic is a big deal. And while that won't help on things like eradicate missions, I can see it being largely beneficial on all other missions, and for that, I'm giving it A tier. Please share your thoughts down in the comment section on my rankings, and when we do get a new war bond in the future, I'll try to grind out any new boosters we get and update the tier list. Please subscribe to the channel if you're new and come by the stream sometime to say hi. Thank you very much for watching. Peace.
Markzink. Welcome to my channel. Fram Arats. Welcome to my channel.
Sure. Whatever.
So I heard him in a video today. This is Frosty LaRue, the super unbiased Season 4 Diablo 4 review, I suppose. So I've been getting spammed this one. Let's turn it up here.
Super fans, I'm glad to see many of you return for Season 4. And for those of you watching who are playing this season, well, this video is not for you. Go back to that beautiful game and ride around on your favorite horse while your minions cheer you on. And don't lie to me. I know you're going a minion build.
Tarsai.
Everyone's going minion
welcome
build.
to my channel.
There was about a million different YouTube posts that went out from all of us YouTubers asking what class people were going to play. Basically, everyone did one, and every single one of the posts I saw, that, including we did one Straw poll, is every single poll that I saw was basically people like 40 to 50%. And keep in mind, there's 5 classes. 40 or 50% of people were all playing Necromancer. I think like half of the world in Diablo 4 right now is all Necromancers. There's probably more minions, Necromancer minions, than all the other classes combined right now.
Degenerates who either gave up on Diablo 4, or even worse, who have not even played the game yet. What are you even doing with your life? You disgust me. Before
Yeah, if you haven't played Diablo 4 yet, this is the only game that matters right now, so yep.
I go and try and convince you all that your wildest dreams came true in Season 4, I know a lot of you won't take my words for it, because you assume I
Welcome
am
to
a
my
Diablo
channel.
4 superfan,
Lonely
who only
Ejiro.
lives and breathes this
Welcome to
glorious
my
game.
channel.
True.
Well, you're fucking right. This is why I'm going to let you listen to some of the most unbiased and smartest people on the internet,
Right, here we go.
and
Start
have
with
them
me.
tell you about this magnificent season.
Season 1 sucked dick. Like, it was actually a dick-sucking season. This season, it seems better.
Definitely the best version of Diablo 4 that I've played by a lot.
What's the season gimmick? The gimmick of the season is that the game's supposed to be good now.
I think Season 4 is going to be the most enjoyable Diablo experience we've ever had.
Many people
True.
have said that the game is saved. It's finally good again. Blizzard started listening. You thought it wasn't going to happen. No, it will.
I think every player from Diablo 1, 2, and 3 is going to go to forums and flood them as quickly as they can, saying that they've changed their mind. How many people you think are taking this seriously right here that watched this Frosty video was like, man, this guy's on an insane amount of copium, and that this is the best iteration of Diablo made.
And you have to keep this in mind, guys. This is Blizzard's last chance for Diablo 4.
True.
Okay?
I think people are going to say that they don't know why they love games like World of Warcraft or RuneScape. I think they're going to be quitting all of those games. And this is actually true, by the way. If you look up the current Steam player base, every single game, the chart shows 0 because everyone is playing Diablo 4. This is going to be the new golden standard for gaming.
This is their 4th last chance until their last chance next season. It's getting pretty tight, guys.
Is D4 still bad? I would not call it bad anymore. I would say it's at least mid. It's at least mid.
High praise.
Not sure if I would go so far to say good. Maybe, I don't know. Let me think about it some more. I'm not sure.
High praise.
Damn, now if that didn't just hype you up, I can't imagine what would. But in case you are still on the fence, here are some positive comments of those experiencing the glory of Season 4.
No matter what class you played, you're gonna have a better time this season.
Wait, what
Necro's
is
busted?
Hold
Yeah,
on. Wait, what was his background here? What is this? Is this a planet, or is this supposed to be like an
I need
atom
more time.
or an egg?
I lack the
I
required
can't really
essence.
tell. I'm gonna guess it's a planet.
This season.
Necro's busted? Yeah, I think we do that. Because I love the idea of minions.
This build is actually performing
I need
even
more time.
better than I thought it was going to.
I'm low
I like
on
Druid.
essence.
I like the lightning. I like the tornadoes. I like the werewolf and the bear. Every time he clips me, bro, it sounds like such a simple, just like, I like Druid.
I need more
It's
time.
like Dora the Explorer. I don't know what it is about it when he puts me into his videos. It sounds so basic. He takes me out of context literally every time.
The best leveling build for Druid by far is the go stand next to a Necro in Helltide build.
I love it, man. They made Uber Lilith a real fight.
I love that the chests actually give like good XP now.
My minions really aren't dying either. This feels pretty good.
I like tempering.
I am enjoying
I like
this a lot.
I love how many potions you get now.
Feels like you're steamrolling everything? Yeah. It's great, right?
I like how she poops out Hellborn.
I like snacks where I don't have to do anything other than put it in my mouth. Wait, what? Dude, Frosty, why you do this to me, bro, every time? Everyone else like talking about the game, and then I'm just like, I like snacks? God damn it, dude.
Doom Lord is one of the best boss designs in all of gaming.
I love that this build is so fucking broken that picking up the conduit pylon actually slowed me down.
I love oatmeal. What the fuck is your problem with oatmeal?
I like that it's just bundled herbs now. You don't have to worry about each individual. Wait, oatmeal?
Arms.
Wait, did I just hear oatmeal?
Darla,
Actually slowed me
welcome
down.
to my
love
channel.
Oatmeal. What the fuck is your problem with oatmeal?
Yeah, true, dude. So Rob's getting in an argument randomly on stream. So this is an hour before the season launch, and he's talking about oatmeal with people. I like that it's just bundled herbs now. You don't have to worry about each individual herb.
For the leveling experience, I would say it's pretty damn good.
Bone Spirit cooldown, 3rd time in a row. Ah, I love my luck.
I own a motorcycle.
Oh yeah, new season is awesome. Biggest job.
Bro, why are you putting that clip in there? That's the beginning of like a 20-minute rant about the game. That In that context, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. Me just saying I almost. Why didn't you put the rest of the rant in there? God, yes, I'm serious. I like Train's energy, bro.
Challenging? I like it.
Sure, I like this is a good build, right? It's a good build, but like, I think this is just too easy, man.
How does one prep for D4 season? You got to figure out your build. You got to figure out your strategy when you hit level 1. You got to figure out as much as you can do to make sure your experience in Diablo 4 is as short as possible when the season comes out. So you can get to the end of the game as fast as you can and then complain that there's nothing to do. This is actually probably my best advice, to be honest. The end game of Diablo 4 is playing a different game. And the faster that you can get there, the more you're going to enjoy that end game.
Well, now that's some pro advice, DM. I would thank you for that, but, well,
you're welcome.
I did hear what you said about me.
What? Frosty doesn't need any more meme content. He already clips me out of the context in every way imaginable. Oh, Jesus, dude, where are we going with? Hold on, where are we going with this, Frosty? I don't like. There's 5 minutes left of this video, bro. He can do a lot of damage in 5 minutes. I know what Frosty's doing. He's probably 3 hours into an 8-hour editing session. Wait, the pub works. I do not have a paper towel roll on my wall. No. Look,
Welcome to my channel.
There's nothing there. He edited out. Wait, he edited out my whole photo. This is a fan art of a CS:GO knife I posted. I do not have. That is That is fake fucking news. There's absolutely no paper towel roll on my wall. What are we talking? That's slander. That's what that is. That's visual medium slander. Words in my mouth. He's gonna make me flirt with Riker or something, just like Riker and Rax had that back and forth.
Is DM also going to join in the party?
I am.
Are you ready for a good time?
Yes, I am.
So as long as you can handle it.
I'm sorry. Okay. All right, Frosty, tread carefully, dude. Where are we going with this? This one isn't like that hard. All right.
I'm sorry.
I've got you. You ready? Here it comes.
Ooh, boy.
Why is he so juiced, dude? He's huge.
And you're working that fella hard.
I know.
Oh, look how fast you are. You're a speedy boy now.
I know he's over there recording.
Welcome to my channel. Jez Taiki. Welcome to my channel.
Hold on, I can explain.
Yeah.
What will it be?
Wait, hold on. Code Darth for 20% off. It's the shaker. I didn't have the shaker thing, and it was a two-hander. I don't know. God damn it, dude. It's getting worse. First the paper towel rolls, bro. Come on. There's 4 minutes left. Throw someone else in this video. Literally everything he can. He's probably in the editor, furiously sweating away while also trying to get the AI to make a song about me.
DM loves Riker. Together we're stronger. It's always been this way. DM loves Riker.
Come on! Come on, dude.
I really love a good feel-good story like that. Nothing makes me feel better except maybe Season 4. But I must admit, Season 4 is not all rainbows and butterflies.
I don't understand why Blizzard fills the entire area with these ghosts.
Why does he keep telling me I have a quest here?
Oh, I have 2 portals. Why?
Dude, why does nobody allow me to sell gear here? It's so stupid.
But why are leaderboards not out?
Why can't I click this?
Why the Hellborn have so much HP? What the fuck is that HP? Actually true.
Oh, I'm getting sacred gear.
Why are these items so terrible?
Oh my god, why can't I skip this? What is happening? Come on.
Why is he chasing me? Why is he chasing me?
What is why can't I skip this?
Why are you still chasing me?
Oh my fucking god, Blizzard. What do you want me to do here?
Why? Okay, because fuck me, that's why. Let me just go around then.
Why did I stand in the middle? Stop standing in the middle, DM. Why? You made the same mistake 3 times, bro.
I don't understand. Why is everything so insanely expensive?
And Gauntlet, why is it so expensive? Oh, a lot of gold again.
Well, I seem to have been given updated appearances with extra armor pieces attached to the models. Wait, what? Oh no, I don't like that. Why? There's more transmog. Change the ones we have.
That's like a crafting item. Well, if it's a crafting item, then why is it in my inventory?
I need more time.
Stupid fucking game.
Unfortunately, Blizzard doesn't give us any fucking social features.
Why did I think this was the Philippines?
Why do I not have the wait.
I need more time.
What the fuck is Brax doing? Wait, what the hell is he's playing GeoGuessr?
Fucking social features.
Why did I think this was the Philippines?
What why is that in the video? There's a wife for you. What does that have to do with literally anything? How do I not have the malignant hearts? What is happening?
Like, why are we even looting yellows?
Yellows or El Shito. For those of you that don't speak Spanish, El Shito means shit. And don't even...
This sounds exactly like something my dad would say. That's what my dad would say.
I need more time.
This, that. That's Spanish for the. It's like, I fucking get it, dude. You're doing it Spanish.
Try to tell me it's mierda. It's El Shito.
Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't have a holy damage class. It's literally a Diablo game. Yeah, it doesn't have a holy damage focus class.
Paladin win?
It's literally the dumbest fucking thing.
I mean, they've already stolen other things from last debug. Why not that, too?
I need more time.
I just don't understand why they don't allow us to pre-download the match like the day before, you know?
Yeah.
And lack the required
I'm kind
essence.
of curious about that too. You think you're the preloaded patch. But anyway, all right, I'm going to call up Blizzard and tell them that we're all sitting here waiting on the patch.
The worst season start ever.
I need more time.
Fucking Blizzard, man. What was this?
Now I remember why I hate this encounter. It's not because it's difficult. It's because it's just so fucking poorly designed. Blizzard, I don't mean to be
I'm not ready
dramatic,
yet.
but
I lack the required
I
essence.
hate you.
You see, I don't always show the positives. You can trust me now, right? Season 4 is fun. And to wrap this
I'm
video
not ready
up,
yet.
let's hear about all the fun you will be having if you were to play right now.
Am I enjoying the new changes? I really am. I'm having a lot of fun.
Diablo 4 is now more fun than when you grinded for 3 years straight to finally hit Diamond in League of Legends.
Go.
Okay, to be fair, League of Legends is not fun while you're playing.
I'm
like,
not
you
ready
actively hate yourself and everyone else on the planet when you're playing League of Legends. So, that one's actually probably true, by the way.
Necro, super casual, super fun, super worth it.
At the beginning, it's generally pretty hard to not have fun at this game because you're just like constantly getting new shit.
No, it's not too hard to not have fun. A lot of people manage to accomplish that. I've seen that even in this season.
I am having fun, man. We just hit 100 on our first character.
Campaign's the most fun thing I ever did. I mean, literally when I'm not streaming, I'll just turn on the Diablo 4 and I'll play the campaign over and over and over again.
I'm not ready.
Fun of it.
So yeah, season 1 bad, small, slow, boring. Season 4 good, big, fast, fun.
I'll tell you guys, I sure love playing Diablo 4, man. This shit is fun.
I need more time.
This game is more fun than playing Path of Exile, hardcore solo self-found, getting a divine in the campaign, then randomly getting a mage blood. I like how my own chat here says you're gonna get sued for false advertising. This was the best run of Better Than your first red map.
Dude, Helltide is so lit. It's actually fun.
I think this is gonna be the most fun leveling in season 4 we've ever had, guys.
And lack the required essence.
Leveling is super fast.
Why am I having more fun when I'm basically doing the same shit that I've been doing since the launch of the game?
Are you genuinely having fun? Yeah, I think the entry-level experience for the game is great. It's the end game that's the problem. Sure, I'm having fun.
We gotta click this one just for fun.
I don't know what else to say to you. You keep forgiving puking. But if you don't download this goddamn game
I need more
right
time.
now, you will never forgive yourself.
Well, that's it for this video. Thank you all for watching, and I hope you all have a fun time in Season 4. Or
Please
don't.
stay.
I really don't care. Bye.
Grandfather was supposed to walk me home.
Okay, first of all, my lawyers will be in touch. There was a lot of slander going on. First of all, there is no cow holder
I'm not
here.
ready yet.
He somehow got hands on my DM Loves Riker song early and leaked that to the public.
I lack the
So
required
there's
essence.
NDAs he's broken. We will be in contact, Mr. LaRue. Just so you're
I need
aware
more
of that.
time.
With that being said, another goated video by the boy. I can neither confirm nor deny some of the allegations in that video. It's actually that was actually I see this in all of them, but maybe that was his best one. They're getting better. I mean, they're pretty good already, but they do seem like they're
I
actually
need more
getting
time.
better. I wonder how many hours that one took to put together. I'm gonna say at least 10 hours. Wonder if he's in here. Summon me. There he is. What the
I'm
fuck?
low on
First of all,
essence.
Your Honor, what the fuck? That's the first thing that I would like to say
I need
to you.
more time.
Second of all is the lawyers will be in touch, Mr. LaRue, because there is no toilet paper roll holder right here. Highly offensive and verbally abusive. If this was a League of Legends
I'm
game,
not
you would have
ready
been banned
yet.
and reported already. But I'll let you get away with it this time, because it is hilarious to watch. What, you need to start streaming Frosty so I can clip you out of context and make a video back towards you because it's not fair. I'm only on the receiving end of these right now. I own a motorcycle.
I need more time. Greetings. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more essence. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm out of essence.
We demand blood.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. Greetings.
Hello.
Thank you. I need more time. ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Howdy ho, everyone. In this video, I've compiled the many adventures and misadventures I've undertaken over the course of my tenure as mayor in Cities Skylines. Over the years, I've made many attempts to experiment and discover what features characterize the perfect utopia. This video is a compilation of all those attempts gathered into one presentation, cut, edited, and enhanced for modern viewership. So without any further ado, it is my great pleasure to present to you the urban misadventures of the ambiguous kind. A Cities Skylines compilation. In this video, I'm going to share what I learned from 100 years of city building. I've always wanted to sit down with Cities Skylines, but there's just so much content. I was honestly a bit intimidated. There's an overwhelming amount of information to consume if you want to be any good at this game. So I decided to forget that altogether and just be authentically not good. Ditch the strategy guides, and just use the method of guess and test. Try out an urban design that you think will work. If it doesn't, then scrap it and move on. Keep repeating this with every neighborhood, highway, and disaster you encounter until you have a majestic and great city.
I need more time.
Welcome to Westfield, June 17th, 2022. Population 0. An empty highway exit, a building permit, and the starting money. $70,000. Or city dollars. Every time you play Cities Skylines, you're really building two cities, not one. The second one is your ideal city, the one you truly want to make. But the first one you build is not pretty. It's designed to make money and get people into the city, and unlock all of the inaccessible buildings and infrastructure at a low level of population. Kind of like a trick that the game designers are playing on you to make you mess up before you get to do what you really want to do. Using the limited tools available, I paved roads that made a beeline for the nearest body of water, a river running from the east to the south border of town. We'll need this river in a moment, but first the task is 1. Build a power plant.
I'm not ready yet.
Cheap, effective coal from the edge of town. 2. Pump clean water from upriver. And 3. Dump waste downriver, where it just disappears.
I need more time.
We'll just link those together and run a few
essence.
power poles, and voila! An urban backbone. Now that we've bounded everything, let's color it in with some zoning. This part's easy, just put industry near the edge of town by the power plant, then put residential zones far, far away, as far as possible, and add commercial zones between as a buffer to pollution. Done. Now what I'm testing out here in year 1 is my default hypothesis that grids, the most naive approach, make for the best cities. After all, I mean, grids make good sense. Reliable, strong squares, sensible if a bit boring, they're probably the most common shape that smooth-brained civil engineers select in civil planning.
I need more
But how
time.
big should the squares be? If we make the squares too small, we'll pay too much for maintenance. So I settled on this size of square. Pretty good, both for traffic and for fitting many houses. I laid out the grid foundation and hit Pop 900, a worthy village, endowed with copious new opportunities at expansion. The grid grew, so I started setting out services, like fire departments, recycling centers, and schools to keep our people happy and less stupid. Unfortunately, an earthquake erupted just yards away, narrowly missing our grid on the fault line. Tiny town, Our next achievement at a
I'm
pop
not
of
ready
1400.
yet.
Still not impressive at all, though. But here's the real rub with the grid. It's sensible, it's dense, it's unfortunately very boring, but it also separates the pollution from the greenery pretty well. I expanded the grid and built a cemetery to hold the dead, many of whom had perished from the unfortunately deadly air pollution. Remember how I said before that every time you build a city in Cities Skylines, you build 2 cities? I lied. You actually build many more than 2 cities, but each time you change something and try to improve on the old formula. Now that I had unlocked new and improved road designs like the 3-lane highway, I was no longer limited to the stupid formula of just making everything a 2-lane road. So I extended the highway exit to accommodate the final part of my grid, another grid. But this time I used the highway itself to separate all the residential and commercial zones from the industrial areas. You know how this works. Make the donuts on the industrial side of the town, then ship them into the mouths of the people living across the highway. It was almost perfect, save for some traffic backing up. This always catalyzes a change. To fix the traffic, I tore down and reformatted the exit into a clover route. Naturally, after building these grids for so long, one wonders, is there another way? So we entered phase 2 of the experiment. Circles.
I'm not ready yet.
In phase 1, I had confirmed what I already knew. Squares are boring, but they do work. They have a few little problems like build-up in popular parts of town. Circles are everything that squares are. They're like the yin to a square's yang. Infinite sides, impossible to draw, but ultimately way better looking than squares. I zoned commercial zones and offices near the center, and apartment buildings along the outside. 4 quarters, carved out neatly by another cloverleaf intersection. I personally like building circles and curved infrastructure in city skylines because it looks beautiful.
I'm not ready yet.
And it makes me feel smarter. You know, in retrospect, this circle formation is highly inefficient. You have to cross a 6-lane highway anytime you leave the house. But it looks so good that it helps you ignore the fact that each interior circle is virtually isolated from the others, causing manifold traffic snafus. So I linked the 2 cities, circle and square, and decided that ultimately the square city, though more boring than its circular counterpart, is ultimately the superior choice of urban design. Naturally, the next shape in my experiment was the triangle. The simplest of shapes. You can't possibly make a shape with 2 sides, though I was pessimistic about its structural utility. Fun fact, if you build a city of triangles, you're also building one of hexagons for the price of 1. Unfortunately, it also leads to bizarre hexagonal 6-way intersections. I decided to make Triangle Town an entirely industrial segment. Our pop had just hit a big city of 17,000, and we were starting to buckle under our own size. Supply chain issues were beginning to rear their ugly heads. Triangle Town was in a constant traffic gridlock, totally unsalvageable, but at least I had tried. The thought occurred to me, what if I was overcomplicating things? Just one big zigzag for the next neighborhood. Strangely, this does start to resemble the Hollywood Hills, a neighborhood designed to keep you out unless you have a wheel. Then there was a tsunami. Westfield is now Wetfield. At the suggestion of my Twitch audience, the tsunami was no way biblical and sublime like the judgment of Providence. Almost no one survived as the population dropped. Then Wetfield's coffers dried up, and it wasn't long before we were hopelessly opening loans to stay afloat. But when things look grim, you can always just declare bankruptcy in America. So we buried the power lines, built a huge canal and a seawall, and went much, much deeper into the red. Proudly bankrupt. Then there was a fire. Then there was a sinkhole. Then there was a thunderstorm. Then there was a tornado. But after only another 25 years of waiting, we returned to positive cash flow, acquired more land, and became a capital city. We wouldn't be trifled with, not even by a tsunami.
I'm not ready yet.
Maybe the zigzag figure is tangential, but not as tangential as this actual tangent. Yeah, that one didn't work either. Okay, now time for a new serious experiment. Roundabouts. The roundabouts were the best of both worlds. Round and square at the same time. Honestly, I'm not sure how they do it, but they might be the perfect solution to traffic, which was virtually non-existent inside the district. High quality of life, attractive surroundings, demand soared. We became a colossal city with another tsunami. The seawall did nothing, like a sand castle in front of a large
to my
wave.
channel.
What was I doing wrong? Everyone died again. I raised the entire waterfront hundreds of feet higher to combat the anger of the sea, and I began dumping doo-doo into the ocean in hopes to reverse the tide against the most probable third tsunami. At least shielding myself with a large plateau of feces would give me peace of mind. To complete my final experiments with urban design, a neighborhood shaped like a star, a big spiral, and the Sierpinski gas. At least the city was finally making money again and back in the green. But if you want my honest opinion, I don't think any of these were very good city designs. Maybe the roundabouts. That je ne sais quoi. Curvilinear and yet still rectilinear, permitting the smooth flow of traffic. Grids are fine, but I stand by it. They're boring. Rhombuses look cool, but they offer little value beyond that of the squares. In the end, I got a city full of dead people, crime, and garbage. I resorted to helicopter police, and if we ever get the grant, I will be the first in line to pursue helicopter-based garbage collection services. But I scratched the itch, and ultimately maybe some of these ideas will pop into future cities, but some of them were just better off in the dank recesses of my imagination. Today I'm going to try to build a city in the middle of the ocean, starting with just this one square of land. It's the Island Start challenge. Normally when you play Cities Skylines, you're building on the ground, but what if there were no ground? Instead, I installed a bunch of mods, and I leveled an entire map below sea level except this one square, which is barely above sea level, and connected it to the mainland only by this one extremely long and tenuous bridge. I set 3 goals. 1. Could I build a city in the water that was both profitable and happy by expanding the island? 2. Could I reconnect the roadways and re-establish regional traffic? And 3, maybe the most difficult, how long would it take to refill the entire landscape with dirt again instead of water? I started on February 24th, 2026. I guess if I could get it done in about 100 years, then it's pretty much worthless. So that was my end goal. The starting money, $300,000. I started off with a few basic needs I knew I'd require to get the city populated. Power plant, roads, water pump for the clean water, drainage for poop, and I zoned everything. Right away, you're not making money, and we needed to establish positive cash flow before we hit $0, or we'd be in major trouble, in need of a financial bailout, which we just didn't have. I terraformed the land to expand our borders. Unfortunately, anytime you do this, it causes a massive tidal wave that floods the city. Since I had decided to dump the sewage onto one side of the island directly into the ocean, it was creating a tide of doo-doo that was flowing toward the drinking water, meaning it was a race against time. Keep expanding the island's arms to contain the tainted waters and build our civilization around procrastinating to clean up the poop. Thus, by defunding the hospital and police, we were actually able to secure a positive tax cash flow and build a landfill where we put even more of the garbage that was piling up. In the midst of all this, I built a medical clinic to make sure everyone stayed alive. And then I raised taxes to keep expanding and bring in more people. Demand was high. Even I didn't think our society was very good, but people just kept streaming in like refugees until we broke a bustling population of 2,000. Things were looking good, except for the giant growing poop stain in the ocean. It was lowering property values, but our people were too dumb to notice. There were perks to being uneducated, and at the end of the day, it was our poop stain. By 4 years in, I decided we'd need to start funding municipal services, or we would certainly suffocate ourselves with the massive pile of untreated sewage we were creating in the ocean. So I built an elementary school to educate people to eventually clean up the problem. The island's residents got smarter. I expanded more. Now it wasn't just tidal waves, but tidal waves of doo-doo water washing up in the streets. On the bright side, fortunately this meant we didn't require a fire department, since everyone's house was flooded just with raw sewage. And though it wasn't pretty, it was growingly profitable. I was halfway to my first goal, make a profitable city. Now just to get these people happier, we built a dog park. They loved it. It helped them ignore the pressing concern of ecological disaster.
I need more time.
And in time, they had educated themselves enough to build an eco-friendly water plant, spewing out clean, clear water instead of tainted crap they had into the ocean. We'd stemmed the tide. And that being said, we'd still have to clean up the brown water and it remained there on the horizon as a reminder of our tainted past. So by 2033, our city had turned profitable and eco-friendly. It was time to provide our residents with fun, recreation, the amusement park. Unfortunately, everyone tried to steal by entering without paying. So I erected a perimeter wall to make people pay at the main gate. Success. Demand and property values soared in nearby districts. The citizens were happy, the poop was moving away from our shores, and the amusement park was fun. And so, with the seed of a sustainable civilization planted, I began gradually expanding the island in a slow grind toward completely filling the ocean with dirt. So much ocean before us, it was extremely expensive, hundreds of thousands of dollars for just a single city block. Not to mention the thousands of innocent lives lost to drowning during the intermittent tidal surges that came alongside it every couple weeks. But it was encouraging to observe the foothold and growth of grass on the shoreline along the freshly dumped sands. By 2035, our population had crested 10,000, and I expanded southward, adding land block by block and accommodating new projects. But now the city was completely full of garbage, so we started just burning it and cleaned up the remaining crap in the ocean with this floating garbage collector. So the city improved. People were happier, we were making money, and we were filling up the land. It was kind of a grind, but what about connecting the highways? Well, it turned out we had to pad those with a landfill, too.
I need more time.
After all, a mile-long bridge costs upward of $150,000 just to build in the first place. It would be cheaper in the long run to just fill the ocean than worry about it later. So I raised the land and unintentionally knocked out some drivers because it turned out I had accidentally terraformed over one of the Earth's elusive blowholes, a point at which the planet spews out water into the ocean. It's tricky to avoid these, but I continued filling up the ocean with landfill, carefully working around them. However, in growing the city, the problems were beginning to multiply. Growing our population, for example, had made traffic unmanageable. So finally, once we had brought down the highways from up in the air and onto the ground, I decided to address the traffic problem in the city entrances. I burrowed down into separate tunnels from the highway exits to let traffic into the other parts of the city, fixing the traffic jams, but also making us extra vulnerable to the constant intermittent flooding underground and nonsensical, dangerous intersections. But as the problems multiplied, our tools grew. Now we're making nearly $40,000 a week in taxpayer money, so that after 22 years of terraforming, we had reached out our landmass to touch the north border of the square that our city inhabited. An exciting milestone, but along with the growth came another problem. Power demand was getting so high that natural gas was no longer scaling effectively to meet the city's needs. The solution? Nuclear power plants. Unstable and liable to blow up at any time, and right in the middle of one of the most populated and commonly flooded areas filled with innocent people at work. For all those drawbacks, the city did start to produce a surplus of power, slashing citizens' energy bills, raising demand, and necessitating the link-up of yet even more highways with a nice cloverleaf intersection, weaving together the underground and overground roads. Then I took a moment to just step back and admire the city. So much progress we had made from an embryonic square to this churning terramorphic expanse. Landfill. 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 Something blew up in the nuclear power plant. We just built another one in the year 2057. As an apology to the residents, I lowered taxes and built them a zoo, causing a whole flood of new demand. Then a literal flood because I accidentally caused a tsunami by terraforming like this. It was okay. We had water pumps, and I had finally paved the city into a bona fide grid of smooth traffic flow. At this point in time, I knew it was going to take a while to generate the tax funds required to fill the rest of the ocean with dirt, so I decided to just leave my computer running overnight. And I woke up after another 50 years with $14 million, which it so happens still wasn't enough money, so I had to go out and do some errands while I left it running again. Finally, and that was just about enough money, I checked back on my computer, and we had enough to fill up the rest of the ocean. Another milestone and another goal completed. But I'd waited so long that everyone in town was dead. Or at least, there were a lot of dead bodies lying around. Apparently, some people insisted on being buried in a cemetery rather than the eco-friendly route of cremation. So I started building more graveyards to house the dead. But then I ordered them to dig up the dead bodies to the crematoriums to just burn them anyway. We all need to make sacrifices for each other in this society. Otherwise, the city would have eventually just turned into one big graveyard. We aimed to raise efficiency by putting the crematorium next to the graveyard, next to the elder care facility. I think citizens made the implicit connection. It was brutal, but also logistical. With most of the landscape terraformed, the only remaining bodies of water were those needed to empty out the few water blowholes we had discovered into the sea. I connected the dots, forming the backbone of our river systems. Now it wasn't stagnant water, but roaring rapids that could safely flush the poop out into the ocean. Back to my original goals. 1. I had terraformed the land. Check. 2. I had connected all the highways, cleared for travel. Check. And 3. My city was now profitable, but no one was happy. Men in balaclavas roamed the streets. 50% of our society had dropped out of elementary school or never attended at all. We had only 69% average health. I lamented the fact that nearly 100 years had passed, and I hadn't even taken care of anyone. Yes, I mean it was necessary to feed people and secure a brighter future, but I'd built a city that was just a factory to produce money to fill up the ocean and flush away poop. What if our whole civilization was just one big glorified toilet bowl? I mean, there was literally a business called Customer Service Services. I had created a fake economy based on nothing, acting like you're working. What was all this expansion, logistics, focus on GDP when deep down our people were just quietly miserable? So I gave them what they deserved. Zoos, parks, airports, subways, things to get them around and make the most of their sad little lives. I guess I'm just trying to say, in the words of the gorillas, don't get lost in heaven. We had everything we wanted. We built this expansive economic powerhouse, but at what human cost? Anyway, it's important to stop and smell the grass and the roses along the way. Thank you for joining me on this journey. In this video, I'm going to try to build a city with 0% tax in cities' skylines. It's not a big secret that no one likes paying taxes, and some people think that if we just charge people only for the public services they chose to use, we could create a more fair, just taxation system in our country. It sounds good. So I set out with the intention of seeing if this would be possible in a simulation with a basic starter city in cities' skylines. Let's start at square one. Normally in cities' skylines, the lowest you can drop taxes in a standard game is 1%. I think it's against the spirit of the challenge to allow even that, so we're going to open our handy-dandy policy-based tax menu to drop the taxes in every sector, except industrial, which isn't allowed for some reason. And that'll get our entire city's taxes down to a true 0%. Done. So before we've begun, we've set out the foundations in our policies for a 0% tax city. Okay, but now funding it is going to be a whole different project. We need some default starting capital or we won't be able to build anything. $500,000. With absolutely nothing in our city aside from the interstate entryway ramp, we are neither gaining nor losing money. Entry highway maintenance costs are subsidized by the state, so that's out of our fiscal hands. But from the moment we lay our first roads, it's going to be very expensive to grow and maintain our city, so we need to plan ahead. Cash flows don't manage themselves, and if we run out of money, the challenge is over. Let's start with first things first. Every city needs power, water, and roads. When we start building roads for our homes, they're going to be very pricey to maintain. Since we don't want to charge people, we'll quickly run out of money, so we can kiss all traditional ideas of building up a normal city goodbye. The first city I built relied upon tourism to secure public funding. There were tolls to enter and exit the city, and they were making tens of dollars from travelers just at the gates alone. Once they entered the town, the strategy was that once we had them trapped inside, we'd rake in the dough from using popular tourist locations, such as our hot air balloon rental service, as well as our seaside restaurant, fishing pier, and jet ski ride pavilion. On paper, the plan was foolproof, but in execution, the lack of a fire department, police force, healthcare, and corpse disposal services meant that the few dollars we had each month went toward barely securing enough water and power for the city to operate. Crime was rampant. People got sick and just died. Then leftover human corpses filled up the restaurant and the other tourist sites, making them unattractive venues for visitors. And the hot air balloon riders just flew off and away into the sky. There wasn't really any way to enforce that. Without any tourism or anyone entering the city anymore, all the homes were abandoned, everyone just left, and the city went deep into the red as crime and fire spread. In a word, it failed. So I decided to cut my losses and just try again. I had learned lots from this first city, and I could use it to build the second one the right way. The second city. After the first one failed, I saved my progress and started fresh. If tourism didn't work, what could be the answer? I decided that the tolls in the first city were a pretty good idea, so I kept those at the only entrance to the
I
town.
need more time.
Since this was literally the only thing that was working for me, I decided to find a way to force them to pay tolls at every possible turn to try to squeeze as much cash as I possibly could out of the population, even if it was trivial and inconvenient, like putting all of the residential areas on one side of the river and then all of the commercial and office zones on the other side of the river, connected only by a very narrow bridge and an expensive toll booth. This nearly worked if it weren't for the fact that almost everyone in the town was uneducated and too stupid to work in an office building. We tried funding elementary schools with the meager profits from the few people who were smart enough to work in an office. But this town also, unfortunately, ended in a downward taxation spiral, which concluded with all the familiar sights and sounds of dead people, abandoned buildings, and men in balaclavas up to no good. The third city. They say the third time's the charm. Surely with all the failures from the first two dumpster fires, we can now put something together, and we did. The third city was the first city that was architecturally attractive and had a sensible plan for funding. Now we had toll booths not only at the entrance, but also just kind of nearby the town to suck the maximum amount of money from anyone who came anywhere remotely close to our borders. An attractive layout with a grid of 4 spherical neighborhoods for residential, commercial, industrial, and corporate buildings. Not only were we able to max out the tolls for passing between neighborhoods, but we were also able to maximize the effective radius of public services like healthcare and education. Unfortunately, this also made it highly flammable, and each neighborhood was a massive fire hazard. I had faith in this town. I mean, it almost broke even, too, even with several municipal services. But its population also, unfortunately, suffered from a catastrophic downward spiral after everyone's jobs were erased, along with the industrial district, by the Great Fire of August 2023. Okay, so that didn't work. But the fourth city is where everything really started coming together. I hadn't failed, I had just not succeeded 3 times in a row. Now, not only did we have the tolls nearby, into, and just around the town, but now we began experimenting with a new way of making money. That is, erecting an expensive amusement park between the residential zone and the rest of the city where all the jobs and services were located. It was not a good amusement park. It was just a path between 2 entrances. That is to say, there was nothing amusing about it, but it became growingly profitable, so much to the point that I decided to make more of them, and then make them even shorter so that people would have to pay for multiple amusement parks, containing just more paths if they wanted to get to work. Still in the red, at this point in time, I decided that the traditional asphalt roads were becoming too expensive to maintain, and so I used my resources to replace them all with much less expensive dirt roads. At long last, our city was finally breaking even.
I'm
Just
not
kidding.
ready yet.
It actually wasn't. It took until the 5th city for it to really break even. But who truly knows after I tried to sort through all the save files I named badly? The point is, this time we
That
had
was
fires, crime,
not
dead
bad.
bodies, and garbage all covered by funding from a gamut of 4 amusement parks all in a row. Broad Park, Groveland, Fun World, and who could forget Belmont Experience, where people fought every morning over not enough parking spots to allow the peaceful passage of pedestrian foot traffic through one park, across, or rather around the street, across the next park, around another street, and then all over again, then followed by a long walk to work on the dirt road. And that's only one way. Also, everyone lives right near the dump, and that's just barely breaking even by maybe $10 or $20 a month. Until, of course, the astronomical sanitation bill eats into our city's budget and causes the undesirable pileup of garbage in everyone's house. It's really hard to keep track of what's even going on in this city, since we're always panicking about the budget and barely surviving by just a few dollars. And the city still had problems, and expenses were still teetering on being too expensive. I got rid of the crematorium because it was too expensive to burn the bodies, and I just started dumping the dead bodies into cemeteries, located right next to the dump on either side of town. We deal with all that later. Right now, the more pressing concern was that businesses wanted people that were smart, and everyone was dumb in town. No one had achieved more than an elementary school education. So when these commercial enterprises were built, unfortunately they were abandoned when the staff didn't know how to run the companies because they were too stupid. Still, demand soared for 0% residential tax. All that despite the fact that there were no jobs in town. They're running out of space. We zoned denser housing projects, and we started just using martial law to demolish businesses right after they were built, if it looked like that they were going to aim to recruit people that were just too smart for our town. It's not morally dubious. It's for the common good. It was at this point in time that I learned how to double the ticket prices in all the amusement parks, joining the residential and commercial sides of town, thereby nearly doubling our monthly tax income, as well as squeezing in a zoo at the end of the expensive transportation route. Now it cost $200 just to walk from one side of town to the other. Fortunately, this added a surprise surplus to our budget, allowing us to build a high school to educate our smooth-brained citizens. This then allowed us to reopen the office buildings and to end the ethically questionable and morally dubious practice of state-ordered demolitions on newly erected businesses to prevent gentrification. Finally, now our city wasn't even collecting the little wealth granted by the industrial zones, and it was a true 0% tax city at long last. And honestly, it wasn't all that far off from several hypothetical libertarian fantasies, until the dead bodies started piling up, and the garbage situation got out of hand. What to do? They couldn't be demolished by traditional means. That's not allowed. At this point in time, of all the tools at my disposal, only one seemed inviting and crazy enough to work. A meteor. No one would suspect that the catastrophic meteor of August 2024 was an inside job, a redirecting of a meteor, but it would take out the garbage and the dead bodies. You know, it doesn't interfere with the people who are alive. They don't have to pay tax. Just the dead people have to get hit by a meteor, and it destroys all the garbage and probably sends it horribly out into the atmosphere. But, I mean, it's free, so, you know, I did what I had to make this city tax-free. Finally, I had achieved my goal. Questionably sustainable city with $0 tax that costs $400 to walk around in, but only if you decide to walk through part of it, which, as it happens, most people have to, but they could just choose to stay home. And that's their decision. I believe I did a good job. You can compliment me down there in the compliment section of the video, even if it took me 5 attempts. I believe I've made my point. 0% tax city achieved. Anyway, a big thanks to my patrons, all of whom consensually choose to pay me to make these videos. I'm Ambiguous Amphibian. Until next time. In this video, I'm going to build a city that doesn't rely on roads and city skylines. Everyone knows that cars are polluting hunks of metal that destroy our planet. Hypothetically, could we design and engineer a town that's completely walkable, eliminating the need for the maintenance and upkeep of expensive streets and highways which crack and require maintenance year after year? So it was christened pedestrianism. I decided to set out with a limited array of tools available to me in city skylines. So it began with the first city, Pedestrianton. In city skylines, I always start my cities with water and a power plant. Unfortunately, the standard coal power plant requires, well, a street to be built. So instead, I used wind turbines, which require no street access in order to generate electrical energy. But in this first city, with power and water going, I still have one problem. You can't actually zone any residential, commercial, or industrial building zones without a street. Seeing as this is a no streets challenge, you can see how this would get in the way. So I decided I'd rely minimally upon streets in this first city, then take the lessons out with me to the next city so that I could improve upon the design. Since streets would invite cars, I decided to just create roads that were utterly pointless and led in circles to nowhere. And also ban combustion engines, so that anyone caught driving in a car on the road would be under arrest for violating the law. I also separated the residential zones in their own circle from the commercial and industrial zones in their own circles, unintentionally beginning to exhibit a pattern like alien crop circles. Then I joined them via dirt walking paths from one district to another to encourage walking. Well, not really encourage, but just force people to walk. Or even take the bike paths which went shooting overhead. But there was still yet one more problem. Despite my combustion engine ban and pointless road design, people were still driving from house to house in electric cars. thereby using the roads again. So I decided to make the streets not even streets anymore, but just little dots of concrete, making for a truly bizarre place to live. But at least the roads were no longer being used, just the dirt paths. A city that no longer relied upon streets. The only problem was that now no one could get their garbage taken out because there were no roads for the garbage truck, causing a mass buildup of trash in everyone's disgusting house. And the lack of police cars and roads meant that the cops executed the law via helicopter, which was admittedly both excessive and expensive. So I decided that the only possible solution was just to destroy people's houses whenever they had too much trash in there. Then let someone else build another house instead.
I'm not ready
After all,
yet.
the man was roaring. Then when they had too much garbage, the cycle repeated and I also destroyed their house. Unfortunately, all of this drove us into massive bankruptcy. This first city, which relied on all of the vanilla game parts, was a failure. Okay, but that's alright, this was all just a practice test for the second city, Pedestrianton 2. Realizing that the garbage situation would not and could not ever be fixed, I looked for answers elsewhere. And while I think you should save up your money, the only solution I found was to literally buy the DLC for Pedestrian Towns, which I admit was rather naive. I didn't start this whole challenge with that one to begin with. This allowed me to replace the traditional roads with brick-paved pathways on which to accommodate the foot traffic, and still allow for the zoning and construction of residential, commercial, and industrial buildings along the footpaths. And so I got to zoning. Admittedly a very boring city of grids to start with, but I had to test out how we would collect garbage at the pedestrian checkpoints, then deliver that to only one little road that led to the town via the highway. See, the road isn't in the town, so it doesn't count. I know what you're thinking. AA, doesn't that seem kind of against the spirit of the challenge to still have one road in a totally roadless playthrough? But hear me out. This road is different. Cars just disappeared for some reason, then pooped out people at the end of the road. And then the vehicles drove into the side of the building, never to be seen again. Alright, so to be fair, the main part of the city shouldn't have roads. Otherwise, I'd just keep having to bulldoze the houses for literally any issue. Pile up of garbage will be right on our way to destroy your house. You need the police? A team of men are coming right away with sledgehammers to knock in your walls. No more problem over there. This city was good, except for the fact that it was losing buckets of money every day. You see, pedestrian areas are extra pricey to maintain. It seemed like a utopia, except for the fact that it was losing millions and millions of dollars and was horribly unsustainable. A shame. The third city, Pedestrianton 3. Okay, so maybe grids weren't the best idea. Too many roads to maintain had made the second city expensive, and all the trash was gathered in a lopsided way on one side of the city before. But what about a set of concentric circles with the dump at their center? It was a brilliant and efficient design. An underground highway pooped out the garbage from the city, and the trucks could get anywhere by a short path from the center. I surrounded it with residential, then commercial, and then industrial zones to create a separation, a gradient of zoning. Only issue was that, well, there was an impressively unsightly dump right in the middle of town, to which everyone had a front row seat. But as long as we surrounded that with parks and enough dirt roads, we'd create enough of a buffer. You see, this city also too, though, was expensive. Maybe not as pricey as the last one, but I tried raising taxes to 15% to fund it, until everyone complained, then slightly lowered them by just barely enough so that people didn't leave, but were trapped and still had to pay them. Then we ran out of money again, so I tried making all of the districts tiny so that we could save half our budget. But that also didn't work. I had failed for the third time. But with no less enthusiasm and a plethora of knowledge from my failures, I embarked on the fourth city, the culmination of all our failed efforts heretofore. Ultimate Pedestrianton, the city of the future. In the previous city, dirty industry had ruined everything, since it was too close to the center of town. So this time I decided to create a bunch of different circles for each type of zoning. The central node was the residential circle, a series of concentric rings once again, where we could take advantage of the short radius from the center to provide services like garbage men, education, and corpse removal, which became more and more problematic since I resisted funding it at the beginning and couldn't figure out why all the cemeteries weren't enough to house the dead at first. Until I funded it, that is. Farther away to the south, but still barely in walking distance, we kept the dirty industry area, where factories coughed up smoke from their warehouses, making sure to keep it far away from our homes and children, but still in walkable distance. And on the east side of town, I began preparing the financial district. Since almost all my city's pedestrian areas were too expensive, I decided it would be a good idea to rely on scammy money-making techniques as alternate forms of playing around with taxpayer money to just barely cover our bills while we expanded toward legitimate financial stability. Unfortunately, the city never actually reached legitimate financial stability. You see, the pedestrian districts are just so expensive to maintain that I had to resort to more and more outlandish methods to make $2 out of one. So instead, we collected taxes, then invested the money, which just wasn't enough to pay our bills, into the death and funeral industry, which turned out to offer highly reliable returns. The rest we invested in cryptocurrency, somehow making enough to generate a profit every fiscal quarter, mainly by buying the dip, and especially since we as the state didn't have to pay capital gains taxes on volatile insider day trading. That helped us finance the creation of more helicopter police stations, which we used to just bulldoze the locations with crime to get rid of the crime reports. Since people had to walk, bad people had a more difficult time escaping from our helicopter police state. So as the months went by, our financial district grew, and the people got less and less stupid. We used the gains from our insider trading to tax them more. To discourage people from being poor, we raised taxes on the poor and small business. That way they'd become rich and have more money to give us in taxes, and then they wouldn't complain about it. Oddly enough, having to walk around never really affected the city since it was designed so well. Most of our financial district, where everyone worked, actually didn't even need in-person employees, so everyone just worked from home instead of walking to work. But ultimately, I'd be lying if I told you that the city was independently sustainable. There were glimmering moments, and we were barely breaking even. But most of the bold, exciting city of Pedestrianton is made possible by horrible state-run shadow banking and market manipulation. And this city sustains massive negative cash flows every week. But thanks to the precarious fun of compounding fiscal returns, citizens are relieved of a life of inhaling the deadly fumes of dangerous, environmentally destructive vehicular transport. I think it did a lot of net overall good for society. A population of over 26,000, and it keeps making money despite the fact that it's losing money every week. If you want to congratulate me for doing such a good job, you can do so in the congratulatory section of the video. 100 years. 100 tsunamis. What happens? Today we're going to build a town in the city's skylines starting in a pit, hundreds of feet below sea level, then try to build up and survive a series of growing tsunamis over the course of 100 in-game years. Just utterly breaking and ruining the game, making it into a disaster survival simulator. Catastrophic and exciting, but above all, wet. The rules are simple. On January 1st of every year, a tsunami spawns that will strike the center of our town. We must survive the wave and rebuild every year. Try and build back up the most waterproof town possible. And if we manage to survive 100 years without going bankrupt due to disaster relief, the reward, our city will survive the challenge and will emerge victorious, wealthy, and dry. But if we drown beneath the waves, then our city will die out and remain underwater, literally and financially, as we collapse under credit card loans. What would happen? So I spawned in at year 1 to the town of Seattle. $100,000 in the city supply, and I decided to start trying to build upward. Immediately, that plan failed, since we didn't have enough money. I already knew it secretly. This would necessitate building the first city that I would intentionally sacrifice to the first year's tsunami in order to collect tax revenue.
I need more time.
And try again later. Unfazed, I carved a precarious road connection down from the highway into the pit, snaking its way down the deadly zoning area. Then I sketched out a few roads and zoned the first areas: residential, commercial, and industrial, carefully spacing out and placing my first few essential services, namely the dump, right at the entrance to our town. You gotta keep expectations low. So we dumped the poop out of the north and pumped clean blue, fresh drinking water from the south, powering and watering our town with essential services. The first year passed in relative peace and tranquility. I built up a suburb, boring but profitable. And then, at the turning of the new year, the tsunami came at a pop of 4,000, but with a strength of only 4.0 to start on the tsunami Richter scale. It approached, crested the nearby island, reached the shore, then made an impressive waterfall downhill toward the homes. Mostly just an inconvenience for this first one, flooding some residences. We got lucky with it striking from the south, where it had broken up on the nearby land masses before reaching our pit. But this was only the first of the next 100. Homes could be bailed out. And so time went on. The second year, the town grew, juicier with taxpayers. There was a fire, ironically, after the tsunami, and we couldn't afford a fire department, not because we didn't have the money, but because I decided it would be a waste to have a fire department in a town with an annual tsunami. And so after the growth, the second year's tsunami came from the west. Larger, more impressive, and scarier than the first. When it struck, this one began to destroy buildings. Not just a few, but almost all of them. Except, of course, a few random factories like Goods Unlimited and Frank's Fish Stick Factory. Also the Ice Cube Factory. I totally threw it. Almost the entire town was destroyed, and it took about 4 months for the water to evaporate into the air. All that so people could move back in and rebuild their homes. Somehow there was still demand. But honestly, the amount of time it took to rebuild all the homes and collect taxes for half the year put us just slightly ahead of where we were financially the year before. Naturally, this came to a head with the nail-biting question: which would scale faster, the size of the waves or the size of our wallets? The answer was not obvious. So I did what any confused person could do and just took out a lot of loans. Just a lot of them. Don't look at the horrible interest rates. I couldn't afford a wall, and I didn't know which direction the tsunami would come from. So I decided to start just slightly raising small areas at the bottom of the pit because I didn't have enough money to really protect our city, where rich people would live at the top of the hill and be spared from the deadly waters flooding their neighbors below. Infrastructure. We paved roads atop the hill to link them to the plebs living below in the undercity, and we started burning the garbage in the town. To slap a band-aid on the larger problem at hand, there simply wasn't enough time. Then, when there was too much garbage to burn, I just returned to the age-old strategy of destroying everyone's homes if they had too much garbage in them, then collecting taxes from the next people who moved in until they either built up too much garbage too, or their house would presumably be destroyed with the next tsunami. Speaking of which, it was time for the third tsunami. This one wasn't as bad as the last one, and it proved my strategy was working. The rich folks on the higher ground were spared most of the water. The rest barely survived. Then out of nowhere, there was a tornado in 2004, and right when I was about to pay back all of my loans. So we accepted a bailout offer from the federal government, then used the money to expand the small, dry plateau to save more houses from flooding. In 2005, you guessed it, another tsunami hit. But this time it was on the north side of town, home to our poop dumping site, the Poonami, a wave far more unpleasant and dreadful than any we had yet encountered. I knew immediately that everyone would die. Springing to action, I knew I needed money as well, but I also knew that I needed more money to pay off my loans. So I raised taxes from 9% to 29% 1 month before the Poonami struck our shores. Briefly, we made a killing. Then, when everyone was distracted by their ridiculous tax bills, the shadow of the wave blotted out the sun, purging angry taxpayers in a flood of literal crap. Both neighborhoods, high and low, rich and poor, were devastated, but mainly the poor. It's okay, I did it for the greater good. I began to observe a pattern that, although it would be expensive to raise the outer walls, building a moat inside of the pit itself might protect most of the town from the waves once they had fallen into the pit itself. So I spent the years between 2005 and 2007 raising money by hiking taxes right before the disaster and surprising my taxpayers, then cutting out all civic services during the disaster to save money as I gradually built a moat around the town, which, as it turned out, was almost completely ineffective by the time I had completed it in 2009, since the series of tsunamis and Poonamis was getting ridiculous and out of hand. I had to act soon. The waves were outpacing my tax collection,
I need more
and the
time.
poop water was forming a lake in the center of town that was taking over 6 months to evaporate into the air. Not waterfront property anymore, but poop waterfront property. So in a last-ditch effort to save the town, which wasn't keeping up with the water, I took out $280,000 in loans, and we got lucky with a small, broken-up tsunami in 2010 from the north, giving us just enough money to face the deadly tsunami of 2011, which would normally have destroyed us all, but instead we procrastinated and built up barely enough of a dirt wall on the outside to contain the wave
I'm
with
not
all the
ready
money
yet.
I had taken out as a loan. That allowed us to collect the uninterrupted stream of tax revenue without everyone's house being destroyed, to then take out 2 smaller loans
I need more
to
time.
actually refinance our most expensive high-interest loan and save our town from financial suicide. Can you say massive credit card debt? Amazing to say. Triumphant, we had successfully planned out the first, most difficult years of the tsunami, but greater waves
I
were
cannot
still yet
carry
to
more.
come. Knowing that I'd have enough money to keep procrastinating and building massive dirt skyscrapers to contain the Noahic floods, starting in 2012, I took the liberty of expanding the lower town into a densely populated slum. But it was our slum. I repeated the same stupid dirt wall techniques for the tsunamis in 2012 and 2013 when I allowed some of the water to spill over the wall into our moat, making the terrifying properties beneath the cliff to the ocean into luxurious beachfront villas. We were barely alive. I mean it, everyone in town was getting sick and stupid since there was no school. Now we could consolidate. It was time to clean out the stupid people from our town. How would we raise GDP? After all, we needed money to pay for more dirt, to protect ourselves from tsunamis that were growing larger, 2013 to 2020. The waves grew higher and higher on the tsunami Richter scale. By 2021, things started accelerating. I raised density in the lower town and poured money into procrastinating by building more dirt walls, but only on the side where the tsunami was coming from. The 2021 Punami got through the hole in the highway, so I built a bowl around the overpass to contain the waters. The town was gross and dirty, and I'm not just talking about the poop water. So as we educated our stupid people, we started replacing the factories with offices. This raised GDP from 2020 to 2030, allowing us to erect larger and larger walls, basically just ignoring any
That
approaching
was
tsunamis and
not
continuing with our
bad.
lives as if everything were okay. Just ignore the giant dirt walls all around you. I stopped noticing the tsunamis at all, except of course whenever they made it through one of the holes, which usually just caused a little bit of flooding. By 2030, education was fully funded, and we started pushing away the poop with clean water. Now we could address long-term systemic health risks.
I need more
GDP
time.
rose, and tax collection was starting to raise enough money that we could actually begin to consider the $100 million idea of raising the entire town,
need more time.
saving us from all the tsunamis once and for all. I decided that this would be high enough that we'd be safe from anything. But it would be expensive,
appreciate
and honestly limited to one
Till our
cell.
roads
There's
cross
only so
again.
much density you can build in. So starting
Goodbye.
in 2036, I mostly just left my computer running while collecting taxes, and feeling relatively safe that the town
I
would
need
just
more
run
time.
itself with the innocuous visit from the annual tsunami. Time passed and boredom set in. With the funds collected, by 2050, I got back to gaming and paid $10 million to start cleaning the poop into drinkable water, then dumping it back into our moat to slurp up into our water system. With that, we started facing the strongest level 10 tsunami, which stood no chance against our walls. I gotta be honest with you though, from this point I had basically declared victory, but the rest of this playthrough consists of me launching multiple level 10 tsunamis for every year from 2050 to 2100, ultimately at a max of 50 size 10 tsunamis in the end. It didn't make a difference though. Gradually, I started just raising all the dirt in town and displacing people from their homes for the greater good, moving them up
I
to
don't
higher
like-
ground where it was safe. You know, ultimately I was happy that,
I really don't
although I
like
cheesed my way through the first 50 years, my computer was powerful enough to run day and night, raising capital like a Bitcoin mining farm, just for the sake of showing you what happens when I seek a spiritually fitting end to the dumbest challenge I've ever tried in this game. Just know that I did it for you. It couldn't end any other way than this. And in the end, it was worth it. Can you build a thriving metropolis with only the tiniest possible lot size in the city's skylines? Most of the time when I play Cities Skylines, lot size doesn't matter. The bigger the better. I've used many shapes: squares, circles, triangles, hexagons, zigzags, squiggly lines, and even the Sierpinski gasket. But since I've fooled around with shape and traffic structures, and never the actual lot size before, I thought I'd try and see if I could build an entire city from only the smallest possible building blocks. I got inspired to try this idea by the YouTuber named Toadies, so be sure to go check her out with the original idea next. But without any further ado, is it possible to make a city with only the smallest possible lot size? So I set out with the first city, One Tileopolis. Perhaps it was naive, but One Tileopolis was an authentic attempt at a miniature metropolis. First, there was one street. Beside it, a row of houses only one tile wide. Then there were a lot more streets and a lot more rows of houses that were only one tile wide. It didn't take long, and before long I realized that I had already made a lot of major mistakes. I could have fit a whole other row of houses back there, but I didn't because I was afraid the houses would join together and accidentally get bigger, and then I would be cheating, so I didn't do it at all. Consequently, the road budget was overwhelming and impossible to fully finance. More roads than homes and surface area, leading to an undesirably labyrinthine asphalt sprawl. It just grew and grew and grew, and then I started running out of money, and then I did run out of money. So I decided to just abandon this first failure of a town. So I began, of course, on the second city. If the first city's roads were excessively expensive, perhaps dirt roads were the solution I sought. Dirt roads, dirt roads, dirt roads. Dirt roads everywhere. Dirt roads here and dirt roads there. This actually worked at first. I had plenty of money because dirt is cheap and affordable. Row upon row of residential, commercial, and industrial zones. Pollution was manageable. I was able to keep it away from the houses by putting other stuff in between and planning healthcare facilities to put a band-aid on the town's pollution problem. When people who lived next to the toxic, poop-spewing factory zones checked into the medical clinics with mysterious and deathly symptoms. Unfortunately, I realized that I had been cheating all along. When some of the commercial zones joined together accidentally into double zones, I felt bad. This was unacceptable and against the spirit of the challenge, so I abandoned the city because I had cheated accidentally. If I hadn't cheated, though, I gotta say, this was a pretty good city, and I learned how to make a profit rather than just running out of money again. The third city, I named it Nippolopolis. They say the third time's the charm. This one indeed worked out at last. I once again used dirt to keep everything cheap and affordable. The plan was to checkerboard the city's zones to keep them tiny. And since zones cannot combine through diagonal adjacency, the zones here would indeed remain tiny. I traced in little footpaths to keep everything miniature, and I kept all the pollution away from the rest of the city by segregating the industrial zones from the commercial and residential zones. Since I was now able to put in double rows of developments without cheating by causing two zones to touch accidentally, the city was far more cost-effective, and there was more space for developments than roads, and I could focus on other more important civic tasks in developing our town. As it always began in my cities, everyone was stupid again. At least at first, until the elementary schools popped up, and living near the school made them smarter. But then I started to encounter new problems. My people were becoming too smart to just keep working at our primary industry, fuel storage. Just fuel storage off to the west. That was all we had room for. So I started to build up office buildings right next to the fuel storage industries and between them and the homes to prevent as much toxic poison and death as possible. Offices were erected. But then there was a new problem. There weren't enough even smarter people to work in the offices. So they just built offices, tried to hire people, then gave up and abandoned, then blew up the building, when inevitably none of the dumb people were capable of working there because they were too dumb. So I built them new forums of learning to get smarter. The high school, the university, and even a public library to help them remember everything they'd learned in school and be less stupid. But then I realized that the office lots were also combining, so I was cheating again. But I didn't feel like going back and restarting because everything was going so well and it seemed, well, rather minor. So I started alternating the formations in a checkerboard-like pattern and just carpet bombing the whole town with education, like a nuclear bomb of happiness. Problematically, sometimes commercial squares would level up too much and get overly ambitious in trying to hire staff that were too smart. Then they would self-destruct because no one was, well, we weren't that smart. But gradually our intelligence improved, and the town then did something I didn't expect. It started making a lot of money. Usually my ideas do not succeed in city skylines, so I was surprised and I wasn't prepared for this. Now it was time to embark upon novel and risky civil engineering ideas, which I had heretofore never conceived. First, I scaled out the city to immense proportions, generating thousands of dollars a week. The houses grew and leveled up. In city skylines, the houses gain experience from people living in them, and they improve and are able to hold better people after they've been used up by the people who originally lived in them. And so this process occurred across the city, in an astoundingly boring fashion since all the lot sizes were exactly the same. Block after block, everything was exactly the same. But it was perfect. I was creating a utopia of tiny buildings. We educated people even more by surrounding them with elementary schools and forcing them to learn. Then we built a huge university that was just all too enormous. We got so smart that it actually came to the point where too many people were too educated, and they had all of these useless degrees. No one wanted to run the basic factories anymore, and more jobs demanded dumb people to work at them. This created a minor crisis in our economy, and we had to strategically prevent half the neighborhood from going to school by saying they weren't entitled to education since it was too far away. But this was okay since we expanded our territory off the map edge by buying the northern square. The town expanded. Then I replaced all the major dirt roads with pavement again, since we could finally afford it. That looked a lot better. Big growth. The houses leveled up, and better people got inside of them. You know, it's rare that I get so far into a scenario like this without something going horribly awry, like the whole town getting covered in garbage, or the rampant spread of criminal behavior. So this time I tried to anticipate any potential future snafu that might reach up and ensnare me. People were pretty happy, but why wasn't everyone completely happy? As an answer, I dropped in dog parks, bombing everyone with explosions of happiness through the streets of the city. Happiness achieved. And what about their health? Only 69% for now. So I constructed elder care facilities for the old people who are about to die, and childcare services for the children. And the health of the town improved. What else was there to improve? Traffic. Congested. And the noise. I smoothed out 4-lane roads to lubricate the flow of cars. And whenever there was a traffic jam, I just put ridiculous highway entrance ramps that were just goofy. Taking the interstate exit can be fun. I built a prison to keep out the bad people. And I built road maintenance depots to improve the traffic flow and send out utility trucks through the city. I began to see that through maybe pure chance alone this time. This might be the only time in my entire life that I've created a successful city in City Skylines without just messing everything up horribly through some bizarre social wrongdoing. Aside from the fact that the dog parks would sometimes inexplicably and spontaneously combust, everything was pretty much hunky-dory. I had created a tiny utopia of a city without cheating. Well, mostly without cheating. So at this point in time, I decided that the only right thing, the only fairer thing to do, gazing upon the level 5 residential zones I had worked so hard to produce, the height of urban development, it would only be fair to launch asteroids on a collision course with the city. No one in the city had suffered like the residents of my former towns, after all. Who were they to deserve such a good life? Rest in pieces, people of Nibbleopolis. Nibbleopolians, whoever you are, I hope you all burn in hell. At least your deaths were fast, fiery, and exciting. I mean, at least that will always remain as one of my alternate save files. Perhaps I'll load it up another time. But to be totally honest, tiny zones, one tile.
Nisam te ni dotakao. Nisam te ni dotakao.
But yeah, it's totally viable.
Stiskam te.
Anyway, I really
Yes,
wanted to try this
polomite.
out. Thanks again to the amazing Utopies for creating this idea. I just wanted to give it a try and I thought it was quite fun. In this video, I'm going to build a city to see if I can survive without water and cities' skylines. Normally, when you build a city, people need food, water, and shelter. But what if they didn't have any water? No water means no water. But that's not all. There's more. No water also means no poop removal. In city skylines with no water and with poop everywhere, what roadblocks would stand in my way at creating the perfect utopia? So with that question in mind, I began my adventure. I started a new game with the first city, Dry City. I began by removing the water. I set out on the first day by constructing a road off the highway and a power plant.
As mayor, what plans could I lay out to give our town the best possible chance with my designs at the urban sprawl?
No water meant the homes would never rise or be upgraded in their levels, and no poop removal meant it would be generally unpleasant, and people would always want to leave. How could I incentivize enough people to stay to create a sustainable city? So I decided to focus on building wide at first. I laid out my plans: residential, commercial, and industrial. I constructed my first set of pipes along with a poop dumping pipe. Sure enough, no poop emerged from the pipe because there was no poop in the town to begin with. And the people didn't even have enough water in the first place to produce any poop at all. But gradually, as people first arrived in the town, they would produce a small amount of poop to start. More on that later, but for now. As the town grew over the course of the next couple months, people grew thirstier and thirstier, although still yet, no one produced any poop at all. So I decided that we would remain dry. Everyone would be at least somewhat dissatisfied. So the question became, how could I create a financially stable and, well, mostly happy town, albeit a very dry town, lacking altogether in moisture? It goes without saying we were losing money. We were always losing money. Houses started going on fire because of the lack of water. I built a fire department, but they instantaneously ran out of water. I needed more money. I rose taxes to 11, then 12%. For new residents, after great expectations upon moving into the town and building up new residences, people kept getting thirsty, then abandoning their homes. Then we demolished the abandoned homes until the next families moved in and repeated the cycle of disappointment in paying us taxes. Crime was high, but even the police stopped caring because they ran out of water. The elementary school ran out of water too. The children were thirsty and dumb. We were still losing money, but I began to strategize a potential escape from our Sisyphean cycle of buildup, taxation, and abandonment. It worked for now, but this certainly couldn't in the long term. But here's where I discovered a potential loophole. Apparently, when people move into your town in the game, they bring with them some amount of bodily fluids. Conversely, when the houses were all abandoned, we produced no raw sewage. But for a fleeting moment when new families migrated to the town, there was a brief opportunity where their poop, in the form of raw sewage, emerged from the municipal poop pipe. Naturally, I seized the opportunity to trap the raw sewage in a terraformed bowl, like a pool of poop. Then I could pump the dirty water back into the pipes containing the town's drinking water source. While it wasn't an ideal solution because everyone would have to drink the wastewater, it certainly was better than nothing. So I experimented, and sure enough, it worked perfectly, except that it made everyone in the town very sick. A suboptimal solution, but still, this lengthened the period of time people could go before realizing that Dry City was a ticking time bomb in the area of water poisoning. So instead of cleaning the water, which would be too expensive for our budget right now, instead we built a medical clinic to treat everyone's poop water sickness. I lowered the funding enough so that there would be just barely enough demand and money to keep everyone still alive and earn more money for the town. And then with the town producing its entire water supply from literally nothing except the bodily fluids of newly emigrated residents, I began to save up money for a clean pump to treat the poop water and make it cleaner. I installed the new pump, but unfortunately it wasn't clean enough and everyone still kept getting sick. As people remained in the town for a longer period of time, at least we were moving on to more advanced civic problems. Trash was piling up, so we built the dump, piled everyone's trash all on one side of town. Everyone was still sick, so then I built a hospital to keep treating all the sick people. We also destroyed the homes of sick people so that they would move away and healthy people would move into the neighborhood and stay. Finally, after about a year of covering up the problem, at last I began to realize that the water simply wasn't clean enough, and I built a more expensive and more advanced water treatment facility to make the poop water completely clean and poop-free. With clean water flowing through the tubes of the water treatment site, demand rose to new heights as newcomers flocked in droves to the newly christened self-watering city. Dry City was sopping with demand. People loved it when there was no poop in their drinking water. They also loved dogs, so we constructed a series of dog parks all around the town to help them ignore the fact that they were drinking their own purified wastewater and concentrate on other things to make up for it. Naturally, they became happier, but happiness wasn't enough. It was sort of like a giant Ponzi scheme. And that's because it was a giant Ponzi scheme. But I needed more water from more people's incoming bodily fluids if I wanted to keep expanding this town.
And I had to keep it going if I wanted to maintain the common prosperity.
So I decided to terraform another bowl out of the dried out dirt and construct another poop water treatment facility on the shoreline. This would facilitate our backup water supply just in case if things got hairy. But it all kept requiring more and more infrastructure to keep repurposing the wastewater fast enough to meet the water demands of the enlarged, ever-growing town, turgid with demand and thirsty for more. I built more power plants inside of the city near the highway and expanded the industrial, residential, and commercial zones of the city. All this as clean water pumping flickered on and off around the edges of the town. As the urban sprawl began to grow, I started to realize that this would be a near constant balancing act. The town's primary existential threat forever. Would we be able to clean the poop water fast enough to drink it? Possibly not, but we could still try. In the meantime, I focused on other areas of municipal concern. Were the cops powerful enough to render executive force against criminals? Or were we educating the stupid children fast enough to build offices and end our reliance on factories that were killing us all for employment? When I felt like my people were capable of managing themselves on their own, I decided to set out and embark on my true project. The one I'd been saving up for once we were finally financially stable. Fill back up the entire ocean with our clean poop water, starting out from the dry, arid wasteland we had been living in. So that's what I did. For the next few years, I began on my side project, spending all the taxpayer money on financing more and more wastewater treatment facilities and pumps to spew out everyone's poop water when the blind hope would eventually somehow break even. It didn't, but we created a very impressive river of decontaminated wastewater. Naturally, the town grew, and with it the size and impressiveness of our twin artificial canals. These, of course, led back to themselves as we drank our own cleaned bodily fluids. I then embarked upon a new experiment. If we had amassed such a large population by now, over 17,000 people, surely it wouldn't make a difference if only a few of them didn't get their water. After all, I had bigger dreams than just selling people their own poop water for tax purposes. So I began buying up land beyond our initial square. And then I did the unthinkable. I built another poop water facility beyond our borders and dumped it all into the wilderness. The strategy here was to gradually edge away the moisture from our population until eventually we could restore the river to its former impressiveness. So it was with one, then two, then three poop water spewing sites. I observed the effects, and as the river flowed, sadly, our bodily fluids merely evaporated upon contact with the air, ultimately rendering my efforts to refill the entire landscape with our bodily fluids inane, without effect, and entirely useless. Nonetheless, it was still admittedly a rather impressive spectacle, even without its own full-flowing man-made river of crap. But how had so many people arrived at this way of life? 10 years. Ultimately, that was all the time it took for our population to rise from a few meager dry troglodytes to a turgid, moist population, over 20,000 strong, sopping with demand and thirsty for more. The people were happy, healthy, safe, educated, and mostly they had water, except of course the people who lived on the periphery of the town, but just ignore them because they don't matter as much.
So it was, an entire town, powered by a river of its own crap water. It seems grotesque because it is grotesque.
But at the end of the day, no matter how gross, it's a feat of human engineering we'll need to survive in the coming days of the cataclysm that lies before us.
With all that in mind, there was only one thing left to do.
This was one of the most shameful cities I'd ever created, so I decided to launch a series of increasingly larger meteors at it to feel okay about all the events that had transpired here. And honestly, good riddance. Dry City was dry once again, and things were restored to the way they were supposed to be. Anyway, that's what I think would happen if you tried to design a town without any natural source of water in city's skylines, but you had to use the bodily fluids of all the people who moved there as a drinking water source. I'm Ambiguous Amphibian. A big thanks to my patrons, whose turgid bodies are sopping with support for my videos. Until next time.
I'm not ready yet. need more time. I need more time.
Blood surge. What is the blood surge?
Feel mercy. Welcome to my channel.
There's a good one. Use it well.
Let's try it. No.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Right.
I'm not ready yet. 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 I'm not ready yet.
Greetings. How shall I guide my hammer? There's a good one.
Darla. Welcome to my channel.
Here we go again.
Wear the stars around your neck. The stars made manifest.
Sure.
What's this? Helldivers 2 steps down.
Beloved CEO of Arrowhead Game Studios and Helldivers 2, Johan Pielstedt, is stepping down from his position as CEO and taking on another role within the company. And this is going to come as a shock to a lot of people because a lot of folks really like the guy. It's one of the first times that we've had a CEO that we genuinely believe has our interests in mind, and we've shown that for the most part. With that said, their new role is going to, well, be an interesting one to say the least, and it has a major impact on the future of Helldivers 2. So, I want to take a minute to talk about that.
Okay.
The now former CEO of Arrowhead Game Studios tweeted out saying, "Hey everyone, big update. I've decided to hire Shams Yorhani as the new CEO of Arrowhead Game Studios. We go way back, and I wouldn't trust the business into any other hands than his. And he comes with an impressive resume and a love for games. But what about me and my involvement in Helldivers 2? Well, I'm not ready yet. I'm taking the role of Chief Creative Officer, which means I will be spending more time with the team and 100% of my focus on the games and community." Now, I'm not going to bore you with
I bet this last 6 months for that dude totally fucked up his entire life. Like, you had this game you were making, and then, like, it's just gotten so monumentally fucking successful that, like, now there's, like, a million people trying to talk to you all the time. It's like you were just making the first game was pretty good, and then, like, the second game, oh my god. And then, like, then there's something that goes wrong. Everybody's fucking messaging you. Everybody on the internet's talking to you. And, like, then after that, you're just, okay, all right, I just want to make the game. I don't want to deal with it. I feel like that's what fucking happened. Because if that was me, that's probably what would have
Welcome to my channel.
Details, but
Chief viewers on Earl to me PQTQ.
Why would you buy viewers?
Over there until 2020.
What's the point?
With the company for 12 years, and he was mostly responsible for managing the company's games portfolio, identifying new titles, and different developers for them to be able to work with. Games released from Paradox Interactive that are the most notable would be City Skylines and Stellaris, so the company was mostly focused in strategic games.
I think something like this is going to come as a surprise to a lot of people, but also not a surprise at the exact same time because of how much he cares about the game and the game's community. I know a lot of people really like the guy. He's definitely the face of the CEO that we would want these companies to have.
And it's probably also like he's thinking that like if he stays CEO, he's going to have to be thinking about 3 or 4 different games as much as he's thinking and focusing on Helldivers 2 right now. And he just knows, well, I can't do that. That's too much.
I'm not ready.
So I feel like, yeah, absolutely. It's smart.
One that actually has our interests in mind, one that engages with us and talks to us and wants to know our wants and needs and the things that are paining us in some of these games. But more so, his step down is huge for the future of Helldivers 2. You have to keep in mind, when this game came out, before it came out, they were only targeting anywhere from like 10 to 40,000 concurrent players.
Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying.
That's all they thought they were going to be serving.
I need more
shot up
time.
to 450,000 concurrent players just
I remember Linus did this in his company too. This is actually quite common.
Steam within the first 2 weeks. That's absurd. And chances are what ended up happening as a result of that, it wasn't just the server issues. It was all of the logistical issues of them balancing the game, managing the community, managing the content that they plan on putting into the game, managing the narrative, everything became an issue at that point. You're just not built for that kind of scale, and you can't scale up fast enough and just hire on people and immediately train them to be able to handle a lot of those issues in the first place. And I'm not being forgiving of many of the issues that Helldivers 2 is faced up until this point.
It's not about being forgiving or not. It's like, this is just the way it is.
I need more
time.
time.
It makes a lot of sense what he's saying. Absolutely. It's not even a question.
For them to be able to do what they need to do to get the game to a healthy place and give it a long-lasting future.
It's very common for growth of a small business. The founder hires a CEO. Yeah, absolutely. It's like, for example, like with Starforge and Mythic, for us, like,
I need more
not
time.
the CEO of that. Tips is the CEO of that. We have somebody that does that. That's like their job. Because like we can't dedicate that time to that company specifically, right? Like you need somebody, it deserves somebody whose job is to make this as good as it can possibly be.
I need more time.
And being able to recognize that in yourself is one of the most important things. It's to know where you are and know where you're not.
This is something that was necessary, and it's a smart choice by him, because him having a direct role, just paying attention to the team, the development of the game, and the ongoing health of the game and its community is huge. It's going to make a massive difference. And you can see it in the comments of the people that responded to his tweet. Now, looking at some of the replies to Johan Pielsted's tweet, you see one user saying, when you lower your position to be more involved in your game, honestly, that speaks volumes.
Wow.
Response,
he's invulnerable.
games before CEOs?
Imagine fucking that.
Another user said, you've been an amazing CEO so far. He has big shoes to fill, but if you chose him, then it must be that he has what it takes. Pielstead responds, thank you. Yes, he is way more organized than me.
Yeah, see, there it is, right?
I'm not
like,
ready
He does
yet.
not want to deal with all the little bits of bullshit. Oh my god. Like, I know what Tips deals with, right? Because, like, so, I mean, I'm streaming all the time.
I need more time.
So, I can't deal with as many calls and everything that Tips deals with. Holy fuck, I could never do that. Not in a million years. No way. That's just not how I am. And I especially couldn't do it and stream.
Now I get to focus on games. Another user responds, does this mean that weapon rebalancing will get the attention it deserves with you taking a more involved role? Pielstead responds, yes, that's the plan.
Exactly.
Another user says, this is fantastic news. Always good to free up creative people and let someone else handle the business bits. Pielstead responds, yep, I think it's going to be amazing.
Yeah.
Another user
And there
asks,
are also people that are very creative in business itself, right? Like we saw that video of the Red Lobster thing. There's some really creative fucks that work at that Golden fucking Gate company. They are extremely fucking creative. Just not necessarily with video games. That's what
will you
Linus
still
did?
be
Yeah,
active
it
among
is.
the community? Pielstead responds, even more so. Another good question that was posted asks, as CCO, what is your direction in receiving and reviewing player feedback? Pielstead responds, very good question. First thing we got to do is ensure we get more devs time playing the game.
It's hard to make the right decisions if the eyes aren't on the road.
That's one of the biggest problems that I think the game development has, is like whenever I think that if you want to understand why a game has problems, the best way to understand why a game has problems is to have a 1 hour clip of the person who is in charge of the game playing it. Unedited, uncut. And the closer that you can get to that, the better you're going to understand why those problems exist.
Secondly, I want to ensure that we actively look at the sentiment and create a holistic view of why feedback is given. And my working theory is that TTK is too high. And this is something that's beyond necessary for the game. There's two weak links that the game has at the moment, which is that players can only do something and play something for so long before they start getting bored of it, and they just move on to...
Oh, Legendary Drops is in chat. Pull me up for a second. I have something to add for the video. Yeah, go ahead. It's a good video. I mean, I feel like this is something that happens with a lot of people, honestly. Yeah, this is the guy. It's the guy. He's right here. And won't hiring a business person for higher positions harm the game? We see this in a lot of studios, right? Oftentimes, no. What really generally happens is whenever a studio is bought out, I think that any sort of a successful business, like I don't ever like to tell people what to do. If people feel like I'm telling them what to do, there's a problem. So I think that any sort of successful creative work is like a collaborative endeavor. So in an ideal world, no, that's not the case. So with the changes to CEO, I think the whole PSN thing could have been avoided. A creative type trying to negotiate with Sony on that whole thing wouldn't have been able to handle it, like a suit talking to a suit. This is actually a pretty creative answer, and I think that you're right about this. So like what you're basically saying is that you think, I bet, like, because I bet for a CEO transition, this probably would have been like a 2-month endeavor from like what my experience is. And I think that they were probably planning this before the Sony swap, but I think that the Sony swap definitely, the Sony PSN thing definitely kind of like accelerated it. Because yeah, you're probably right. Because a person who's like a, more business-minded person is going to think about it in that perspective. And like, yeah, a creative person isn't going to see it in the same way. Yeah, it could also go a negative way. Yeah, actually, this is a Sony swap. Yeah, whatever to say, like the PSN thing. And I think this is, you're totally right about this. This is actually a really, really good insight. Yeah, it's 100% true. He thinks the original CEO wouldn't have the skills to negotiate with Sony. Well, it's also like, there's a lot of like mental bandwidth that you need in order to do that. Like, you have to be thinking about that, planning for that, and like worried about that. Like, and all of that energy is not being put into improving the quality of the game. It's not being put into improving the quality of the product that you're selling. So that's what the issue is. It's a whole mind game? Yeah, exactly.
Play other games. And sometimes it's not even getting bored. It's just that new games come out. We go to play something else.
Exactly.
And if there's nothing really interesting happening with the game that we left, then we're not likely to go immediately right back to it. We might go to back into our backlog or something like that, or something else new then pops up, and we just never get around to going back to the game. And we've noticed that Helldivers 2 is gradually, over time, lost players, and a lot of that has to do with the Sony issue that happened a while back. That upset a lot of players, a lot of negative...
It was losing players even before then. Like, if you look at when this happened, let me see if I can find it. Helldivers 2, and I look at the charts. I go to right here. It was account linking shenanigans. And you see, there's even a mark on the Steam database. It was at it was already going down. It was already happening. Like, I feel like the account link, like, look at this, there are like massive drop-offs. And why do these drop-offs happen? Well, it's very simple. It's because people just play the game. Like, the game doesn't really have much of a progression path. So there isn't really, like, the gameplay is the game. It's kind of like Fall Guys in a way, where it's like, you can get new cosmetics and everything, but there's not really a lot of progression in Fall Guys, in the same way as there's not really a lot of progression in Helldivers 2, where, like, you're building a character, you're leveling up, you're not really doing that. So, of course, people are going to play the game enough, they're going to get their fill, and then they're going to want to move on. I think that's pretty normal.
feedback, and it just kind of ruined the whole vibe around the game. But then also at the exact same time, they have had some massive balancing issues.
The PAL world?
That at first were bad, and then were a little bit better, and then just got worse and progressively worse, and then worse. And ever since then, the game just started to feel bad to play. And you can't have a game that's a PvE-focused horde shooter feel bad to play.
Yeah.
And you need the players to be able to fulfill a power fantasy, but at the same time, you want to be able to rein them in because you need the game to feel chaotic and crazy. You need to.
So the Usoni thing gets brought up too much. The issue was weapon balance. Day one issue never fixed. The Arrowhead devs truly have an awful and childish take towards gun balance. Gun balance doesn't have anything to do with it, in my opinion. I think that's like probably a minor issue. I think the real reason why people stop playing Helldivers is because there are not enough modes of gameplay and types of gameplay that are varied enough that maintain people's attention. So I think that very, very successful games do this. Very successful games have a lot of modes of gameplay that you kind of shift around from. So like a really great example of this is something like, I guess you could probably say like Roblox. But let's look at World of Warcraft, since like we're much more familiar with that. And so you have all of these different types of gameplay, and let's say this is raids, and then after you do raids, then you do maybe dungeons, and then after you do dungeons, then maybe you do PvP, and then after you do that, maybe you do mounts, and then maybe after you do that, you do I don't know, transmog, right? Like, and I'm just thinking of random things, or let's say you're farming gold, and then you go back to raids. So the successful games have a internal ecosystem that's very similar to what I'm explaining here. And so also you can apply this to, like, I'll go ahead and just like create some more examples. So for PoE, this is for Path of Exile. You've got your maps, and then you have bosses, and then you go over to delves. And then after delves, you can do delirium. And then after delirium, you can do, oh, I'm trying to think, like, what's another type of gameplay for PoE? I'm just kind of drawing a blank right here. Oh, economy, right? Yeah, trade. Heist. And then, yeah, heist is better than delirium. Yeah, heist, and then trade. So do you see how, like, every successful game that has long-term, like, player retention has that type of gameplay? And Fortnite has this too, because there's a lot of custom modes and new ways to play Fortnite, and the game constantly reinvents itself all the time to feel like it's a truly fresh and new experience. So, and this is a problem that Diablo 4 runs into right now. I think this is a big Diablo 4 problem, is that running a nightmare dungeon feels the same as running a pit, which feels the same as running a, there's the other thing, doing a Helltide, which feels the same. Like, there's no real boss builds. This is a long-term problem with Diablo 4 that they need to solve, and it took PoE many years to solve this problem, so it's not something you should expect them to do overnight. So every great game, I think, has this. And I think that some BRs have this in, like, let's look at PUBG, okay? PUBG hot dropping is much different than dropping at military base, which is different than dropping and then trying to go for top 10, right? Like, and you're gonna play the game very differently in every single one of these, like, these modes. Now, obviously, BR is like a much more contained version, but what I'm saying is that the more a game allows you to play the game in different ways, the farther away you get from getting burnt out from playing that one specific type of way. And I can go and create more examples of this over and over and over, but if Helldivers isn't able to do this, the core gameplay loop is amazing, but you need multiple gameplay loops to keep people inside of the ecosystem of the game.
Feel like it actually has cost, or there's some type of consequences for your actions if you're not playing the game as you should be. And that's something that really needs a focused perspective to be able to fix those core issues, as well as start to introduce new content. And Helldivers 2 is a game that it really needs a shot in the arm, especially with a lot of the games that are going to be coming out over the summer, and definitely a few of the games that are coming out this fall. You're going to need something that's really going to entice players to come back to play your game, and the only way you're going to get that is if you have somebody like Johan Pielstead that cares as much about this game and community to come back and do something about those things. And right now, it's kind of like he said, it just doesn't feel like there's a lot of people
I'm not ready
at
yet.
right now because of how busy he's probably had to be since the release of Helldivers 2. And I think that's something that a lot of people don't have a whole lot of perspective on because when you have a game that blows up in that kind of popularity, his side of the business gets very busy. We're not only talking about trying to hire more people or manage the team, but it's also
Right, but let's not be obtuse. The PSN thing is what killed this game. I don't think that that's represented in the data. I don't think the data represents your, like, so if I take this, right, and I just, let's take a graph, and then we'll go ahead and we're going to copy paste this over. And I'm sorry if it's not exact, but I think there's going to be some more around about like that. So let's go ahead and let's draw a straight line. From this point right here to this point right here. I feel like
I'm
like
not
it
ready
really
yet.
it really didn't do a lot. Make it red? Sure. It just didn't. And I look. Yeah, this is the natural slope. Yeah, I don't want to argue about this. I'm just saying this is what it shows. This is just the way it is. I think they had content planned for a smaller audience, community, complete objectives, and an unexpected raid. They couldn't make the content fast enough. Yeah, it's probably a good possibility.
Sony and any of the regional locks and all of these other different things that really eat up a lot of time for him and don't allow him to be able to focus on the team, which makes them run wild, which means his creative vision for what Helldivers 2 is supposed to be isn't probably being met right now. And that's largely the reason why he's stepping down. It's because he has said on multiple occasions that he wants Helldivers 2 to be the best live service game ever made.
Then just do that. Yeah, just do that.
The only way that
I
he
need
can
more
make that
time.
happen is if he steps into a role that doesn't have him worrying about all of these outside distractions, all of these business roles and money and things like that. And it's just working on the game, working with his team, and making sure that he's delivering a game that we all want to play. And for me, this speaks volumes about his character, about the character of Arrowhead Studios.
I'm not ready
While the
yet.
studio has definitely had a lot of issues, especially with the community managers and things like that.
Well, I could also see, like, you know, as somebody who's had my attention divided among a number of different things, like for many, many points in my life, I oftentimes would feel like I'm doing a disservice to people that I am supposed to be responsible for or supposed to be, like, helping when I have so many other obligations that I can't fully dedicate my time to solving their problem or solving what my responsibility is for them in the most accurate way. And I'm sure you guys have had this happen too. So, like, imagine what it's like for this guy who's the CEO of a company that's made a massively worldwide, like, phenomenon level success game. It's huge.
I'm not ready yet.
This is what fixes that. This is the exact thing that they need to be able to make sure that this game has a long-lasting and a fruitful future at that. And personally, I'm looking forward to it. I wasn't really expecting to make a video this early in the morning. I have my breakfast still sitting in the other room, so I'm going to end the video right here. I hope you guys enjoyed it. If you guys did, like the video, subscribe to the channel, drop a comment down below on what you think the future of the game is going to be. Outside of that, my friends, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe. Catch me live on Twitch, and I will see you guys next time.
I think he's totally right. Yeah, 100%. I'll link you guys a video. It's Legendary Drops video. You guys, we've watched his videos a lot. I think he's great. I'm gonna link you guys the video myself. Yeah, there it is. And a very good video. I think he brings up a lot of good points, and I pretty much agree with everything.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. 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 I need more time.
Alright, and welcome back to the channel, everybody, and I hope you're doing fine. Today, we're gonna analyze the trailer/teaser that Crytek dropped yesterday. Link to that in the description below. Okay, so let's talk about the most important thing. Let's get that out of the way. New engine drops the 15th of August. Yes, August. So that is a couple months, actually, because at first, lots of people thought it's gonna be April. They said not before April, and it turned out to be August. Now, before people rage about this and blah blah blah, honestly, let them cook, then give us an engine that works and is not riddled with bugs, and then we're all gonna have a good time. I think a few more months now, time runs so freaking fast, I can live with that if it works at the end. So what I'm gonna do right now, I'm gonna play the trailer in the background and then stop it whenever I think there's something interesting to talk about, and I would say, let's get this started.
Hi, I'm David Fifield, the General Manager for the Hunt franchise. We're here to bring some clarity and an overdue update on the next big step for Hunt Showdown this summer.
Alright, then let's stop here for the first time. I like it already that he realizes that it's overdue. What I absolutely loved from the Crytek team is the constant communication with the community, and I have to admit that the last couple months, to the partners as well, to be honest, the communication was a little bit on the lower end. I loved the little trailers, the little teasers that they did. It was always a little poke for the community. Hey guys, we're still doing something, and I love that. So I hope we're gonna see it more in the future again.
As well as what to expect from us in the coming weeks. First, let's talk about dates. We clearly left a lot of room for confusion last September when I spoke about ending support for PlayStation 4 and Xbox One versions of Hunt Showdown no sooner than April of 2024.
I like how they say no sooner than April. So that was kind of the thing that I complained about. It's fine to phrase it like that, but the moment April is over, you should have an announcement ready. So that would be nice for the past whenever they give dates. I know that they're not set in stone, they are not promises, I get it. Stuff gets in your way and you have to delay stuff. But next time, don't wait almost another month.
This key announcement was made in good faith to be transparent with the platform owners and the customers that service and support will be ending this year. A specific plan was set in motion to give a minimum of 6 months of notice to those who would be affected.
Yeah, I think this is also super important to give people some time to react, because not everybody is always on all social media, it's on Discord. Some people just log in game. So giving them a few months, like 6 months, to prep for this and to commit maybe to a hardware upgrade, I think that's a nice move, honestly.
Transitions like this are always tricky when ending a live service offering. We felt it was only fair and right to give as far out a prediction as we could at the time. Today we have another update on this transitional period and what to expect calendar-wise.
Man, I was waiting for the date reveal so long.
This summer will usher in a whole new era of Hunt as our update to CryEngine 511 goes live on the 15th of August 2024.
Okay, so I said it already, 15th of August 2024, that is now quite a while. We have now the 22nd of May, June, July, so we have like almost 3 months. Now, I don't know if there are going to be any more updates. I don't think there are going to be any more events. So, up until that date, we're going to play Vanilla Hunt with all the ups and downs. Now, because I had people asking yesterday during the Twitch stream, does it mean we're going to play single bounty
Raiders from
until the 15th of August? And
No.
honestly,
Have joined.
no, that's
Hello,
most
Mr.
likely
Incubus.
not what it means.
Welcome.
They will probably patch this, make a fix for that, and at
Welcome.
least I hope, because 3 months of
how
single
is this
bounty
too, man?
Hunt Showdown vanilla style, that's a bit much, honestly. So they're just talking here about the next
I'm
big
gonna
stuff
guess
and
it's
not
late for
about
you,
bug
like
fixes.
early in the morning,
After this is live
or
and
like
natively
past
on PlayStation
midnight,
5 and
couple of
Xbox
hours.
Series consoles, you will no longer be able to play at all on the older generations of consoles and will need to upgrade. For those affected,
Incubus.
again, we want to be
Welcome
clear.
to my
Your
channel.
player accounts and entitlements to Hunt Showdown and all related DLCs carry up to the new version at
kind
no
of
additional
faster than
cost
my
when
announcement.
you're ready to make the hardware transition.
Okay. And I think this is also very important. Lots of people ask me the question, what happens then if I switch then to a different hardware? Because there is no link progression
I
between,
got some
like, for
late
example,
not
console
viewers.
and
I
PC.
figured I
There's
could pass
also
off to
no
you since you're
carryover,
gonna
so
be up
should you
for a
ever
while
consider
longer.
to switch to PC from console
Well,
or the
for a
other
bit
way for
longer,
whatever reason,
because I have
then
to
just keep
work
mind
in
that all your
about...
progression, all your DLCs,
Hope
nothing
your
of
stream
that
is
will
going
carry over.
well.
But when
Yeah,
you
it is. In
go
about
from
3 hours I'm
PlayStation
gonna
4,
go
for
to work,
example,
but thanks for that.
to,
I'll probably
PlayStation
rate
5,
somebody else,
then
you know,
you will be fine.
so
We are very
to keep the
committed to
train
getting more
moving.
answers out between now and the 15th of August, which we are treating as a significant
what am I
relaunch
looking?
of Hunt Showdown at a whole new level.
But I appreciate
This is
appreciate
quite a
your
huge
support, man.
announcement, and I think it's justified because they're gonna have.
I have to say it's a bit early in my country and
engine.
also in
We
Europe.
still don't really know what engine actually
Bin Laden
means, like
TTV.
engine upgrades.
Welcome to my
right?
channel.
What is the benefit for
This
us
Flux work.
consumers?
Welcome to my channel.
Features? We don't know yet. It would be really nice if we could
Glockwork.
clarify this at one point.
While that date might have been the biggest question out there, we also know there are hundreds more questions that need addressing. Between now and August, you can expect many announcements and insights with weekly updates and developer video
This is
format
great.
like
If they
this
can
one,
really do
plus
weekly
media
updates,
posts
it's
on past,
insane.
present, and future topics, such as lessons learned and the insights we've taken in on the events, packs, and trait systems from Devil's Moon through the Tide Trilogy and Desolation's Wake. We have a great and vocal community, a healthy response rate for the surveys deployed this last year, and mountains of engagement data to work from.
Okay, then I would like to say something to this. It's nice that we collect all this data. This will do not much when you run the event, and it's going to be again 3 months of not patching.
Welcome to my channel.
This is probably
Hello,
the
hello,
number one
folks.
complaint
Welcome.
that I have about the past events. They patch something, right? They roll out the event. Then, for example, we had Inferno, right? That you're immune to fire. I can't remember exactly. Blazeborn, that's how it was called. That was just utter garbage. Okay. I'm not saying that every event will always be 100% miss and 100% balanced. I honestly think you can't even do that. It's impossible. Having a small quality assurance team, having a small tester group, you will never be able to replicate thousands of people playing your game. That is totally fine. I never expect 100% perfect balance with event traits. What I do want to see though in the future is that after, for example, 4 weeks and you see him and Blazeborn or Inferno is like 80% pick rate.
I'm not ready yet.
I don't know. That's actually, I don't have official numbers, but it felt like everybody was running that. And even if the pick rate is not insanely out of order,
I need more time.
It's just not fun to play with that. I also expect a patch. Yeah, entitled content creator, streamer, I get it, do that, thank you very much. But still, this is something that was really a drag. For example,
20% left.
Last event, people were just not engaging anymore. Like the teammate is down, then you use the mechanic to break up the stalemate. You burn the teammate, so they have to do something, but they don't. They can just go, run away, sit in the corner, come back, and then revive with Lawful. Sure, they lose a bar, but who fucking cares about that, right? So, all the data and everything, number one thing that I would like to see is live adjustments during the event whenever something is broken and whenever something is just absolutely not fun to play.
Oh.
Sure, I'm not a dev, I don't know exactly how it works, and I think with Microsoft and whatever, like patch approval and yada yada, this might be a bit difficult, but one can dream. Am I right?
Also, look for updates on our Fair Play Task Force and the steps we are taking to identify and address cheaters, exploitive play, and toxic interactions. While many of our specific steps in this area are not declared or shown in the open, there's still a lot we can and will share about our philosophy and intentions, as well as more details on actions that are being taken and addressed openly. We will.
Yeah, okay, let's talk about cheaters real quick, because I rarely do this, because most of the time I think it's just people rustling things, going for easy content and making a drama for clicks. I'm gonna be honest about that, that is my opinion. There are cheaters in Hunt, there are cheaters in any online.
I need more
game.
time.
Other games are way worse, for example, Escape from Tarkov or Season 1 from The Cycle Frontier. Cheaters in Hunt Showdown do exist. I met them occasionally, at least the blatantly cheating ones. But people act like every goddamn match has a cheater, and I personally got reported already hundreds of times
Welcome
for
to my
cheating
channel.
just because I hit a couple lucky shots. People very often
Yeah,
throw
this one
around
looks
the,
okay.
oh yeah, this guy is cheating. that's why I died excuse around, and it's honestly kind of boring and lame. Sometimes people do use aimbot, they have wall hacks, they use de-rendering software and blah blah blah. I'm fully aware that it exists, and I see the reports that other Crytek partners are doing. So because I'm not playing on 6-star due to the amount of solo play, playing solo going up against triple 6-star is not possible. By the way, how the matchmaking works, you just can't have that. So if 3 people of you play on a high elo, you will go up against only 6 stars. I had that when I played
What
with Nino
program
and
are
Luto,
you using for TTS
and you will probably have more cheaters over there. Probably the #1 reason why.
Let me share you. Let me share you. It's this.
Yes, PLS.
Yes. So what you do? Oh yeah, it's shown. Okay. So what you do is I would like open like a new window of a browser, and I would type speech chat www.speechchat.com, and then there was a button. There was a button here. Yeah, there is, but it's kind of a minimized. So yeah. So go to platforms and the options, and you connect it to a Twitch or YouTube audience. Also there is a control panel, blah blah blah, voice, chat, events. You can like set it up. I didn't like do much of this, but it's so
https www.speechchat.com. Thank you.
Browser thingy.
Just a little browser thingy.
Yeah. No, you're welcome. It's it kind of helps me to like focus either like on gaming or like the stuff I'm listening when I'm not talking with friends in a Discord, or when I'm not playing like you know, try hard sweat games, when I'm just like chilling. And TTS would just like read me like people messages or you know, like raids or welcomes, and I would say, you know, hi or something. Well, it kind of fucks up with people that just want to like you know, check what I'm doing like for a brief, but sucks. He wants to sell this. Let me give him an offer. Fuck. Whisper 20 mil. Don't know. Yeah, that's like half of my money. So with this, make an offer. Like I could have said like 1 gold. Okay. Seems okay. So invite to party. It's Mr. Necrophil.
Come back if you need work. Can I help you? Fair trade. Farewell and good fortune.
Where's that guy? Okay. million. Yep. Thank you, man. God bless. Which one was it? Reanimation. This was kind of a lucky.
Came apart nicely.
Okay. Nice. Life, intelligence, damage. Wow, so many people watching. I'm not much of entertaining guy. Sorry. I can answer the questions, you know.
How to most effectively report offenders
if anybody has like something to ask.
Oh my god.
Multiple showcases will be posted featuring the new user interface, covering what's being added and some long-standing components which are being removed.
Oh la la.
Okay, let's just a few seconds. This is great. The end. The user interface in Hunt Showdown is not good. Again, love the game to death. They created
good
something
trade
amazing,
from what I see.
but I don't think they had an idea how big and complex Hunt Showdown will be in a couple of years when they created the user interface back in the days. Like the amount of guns, the skins, all the mechanics that you can do right now. Respec, bars,
I'm not ready.
Traits, everything is
ridiculous.
Like a little bit of a drag, right? So you have still this weird pop-up when you get your bars back and you're not in the right camp. You can't favor legendary hunters, you can't favor traits and stuff like that. Man, user interface, a new one? Sign me up for that.
The hunter recruitment and prestige systems will continue to evolve, as will progression requirements and details around rewards attached to client.
Can I move?
Okay, so recruitment, honestly, I think it's in a good place right now. What they did, sure, first the tier 2 and tier 3 hunters, they were absolutely overtuned. But now I think the legendary hunters and the regular hunters, they are balanced, more or less. You still have every now and then a tier 2 and tier 3 hunter. They are absolutely off the charts with all the rates you can just stream off. But I think it's fine. The prestige system, man, I made a video about this a while ago. You can look it up. What I would change about the prestige system, sure, it's just a band-aid because I know that reworking the whole thing is quite difficult. I'm gonna put the video in the pinned comment and description. It's old, but I think it aged quite well. So yeah, now the question is, should I now just prestige to 100 right now, or should I wait for the next event to get a little bit of a progression feeling? Because
I'm not ready
yet. That right now in Unchosen. I'm just playing for the PvP actually. That was a long sentence. Now, I know they did already some progression rework with the unlocks
okay.
in Yari, and
that
is
even
not
faster.
really a prestige rework. That is a progression rework.
Okay.
More rewards
Sure.
for prestiging. Amazing, because right now I'm prestige 50. I would probably be prestige 600 if I would keep prestiging every time I can. Probably even higher with the amount of playtime that I have in the game. But it's just not fun, so I hope the prestige system will change enough with that to, again, go and grind a little bit. Nice.
I need more time.
We will talk about design vision and how decisions are being made about both subtle and substantial game mechanics, such as Hunter Revival, health chunks, restorations, burning down hunters, and reducing stalemates in favor of more definitive fights.
I'm a bit scared of that.
I'm a
bit scared of that. First of all, I like it that they have that on their dashboard, because health chunks and restoration effects during vanilla hunt is not good, in my opinion. Right now, you only have one banish, one boss, sometimes you have rock draw, and that's it. You have a spawn fight, you get down, or you get even shot by dragon breath or something like that. You lose 1 or 2 bars. The only thing left is to extract the moment the boss is banished, because going up against anything with, I don't know, 75 or 100 is not fun. Alright? A Winnie can body tap you. It's just, I don't know.
I'm not ready
This is also what I find absolutely crazy, that they had the sealed cache and everything and kinda didn't bring it back. They could have brought lawful pack somehow, just without the, you know, you cannot revive teammates anymore when they're dead, but you can restore bars. I know some people like it, that bars mean now a little bit more, but I guarantee you, lots of your matches right now, they will feel empty, because lots of people will leave after the first or second fight because they're down bars. I had a lot of matches where maybe 1 or 2 teams came to the boss left, and that's it. And then I think, well, match was probably not full. I checked the team details, and it was full. And one of the main reasons that I never see these people is they probably extract, because they don't want to lose their hunter. So, yeah.
I need more time.
I preached this for years, that the vanilla hunt has a huge problem with the health chunks and the restoration effects. I also made a video about that. I'm also gonna link that in the description and the pinned comment, because I also think that aged kinda well, and maybe we can find a solution over there, or an idea. I'm sure Fighter can solve this on their own.
I really wanna level up this.
To give them backseat
this
gaming, or backseat development, advanced.
This is
so
to level 15.
Nice. It's a lot at
Come on,
once.
come on.
And I'm also scared of that, because
Don't run away.
Crytek patches and balances things. They're not going 10%, 20%, 30%. No, they get 200, they go 300, they go 400%, and then they leave it there for an eternity. For example, we had the Inferno event with Blazeborn. Nobody could burn. And holy crap, that was crazy. And then, right afterwards, they removed Blazeborn and all of that, and then they add Flare Gun can burn, Uzis can burn. They added so much more burn, so it went 300% the other way. And it's crazy. You drop on the floor and you're set on fire. Yeah, and then they just...
Kažem, igram Diablo.
Šta se radi, šta se čepa?
I'm not ready yet.
Hvala mi je rano za doručak, ali mislim da ću ručati za pola sata. Pre posla.
Kad ide update na 5.11?
Moram da kažem, ili možeš i sam da pogledaš. 15. avgust. Neće biti ni jedan novi event, ništa novo u igri pre toga. Tad će valjda biti nova mapa, novi event. Sad će biti novi boss, ne verujem. Ni bit će da i engine upgrade.
A poslu mi drugar jutros neki screenshot, nego što sam tek ustao, pa nemam pojma šta mi je.
Kaže, Crytek se sprema da pokrene ažuriranje svog engine-a i doda još sadržaja u igri, ostavljajući za sobom PlayStation i Xbox verzije.
Ne, nego rekli su ko ima PlayStation nalog ili Xbox nalog moći će s njim da se uloguje u igru ako ima novi Xbox i novi PlayStation 5.
Minimalni zahtjevi za kompjuter, za procesor i grafiku će biti povećani nakon tog zakona.
Da, minimum je valjda Ryzen 5 2600 ako sam dobro video. A Intel ekvivalent nemam pojma koji bi bio.
15. august. Pa ko će dočekati to je... Ko će dočekati taj dan kad će Hunt umreti?
Ne, što? Što tako misliš? Što misliš da...
Sve će sjebati, evo ja sam ubeđen da će sve sjebati.
Što misliš da ne znam šta radi?
Da, ubeđen.
Pa, ako misliš na nove ljude koji igraju Hunt, to se neće desiti, ne boj se. Crytek ima određenu publiku i to retko kad ide gore ili dole. Svi koji novi dođu ostanu neko vreme, razumeš, dok ima novog nekog kontenta i onda...
Evo, pratio sam Twitch prošlih dana i Psycho Ghost i Average Joe i
Just Break.
Hermit.
Yes.
Svi su kratkotrajno na dan dva igrali ovu arenu i Grey Zone i svi su opratili.
I'm not ready yet.
Pa dobro, šta ta arena je, to ona free igra, je li to? To ti u suštini mobilna igra koja je kao konvertovana za PC.
I ovaj Grey Zone
a Grey Zone je godinu dve od bilo čega što vredi igrati.
Rumun je kupio odmah prvi dan, oduševio se, posle 5 dana je napivo, kaže je totalno je pakovito. Sve ne radi. A meni je samo bilo dovoljno da vidim inventar kad otvore i da zatvorim.
Kad oni otvore inventar, ja zatvorim igru.
Kad oni otvore inventar, a ja zatvorim igru. Završio sam Hellblade s time, nikad brže igru nisam završio za dan.
Koji? Hellblade 2?
Aha.
Pa nije ni prvi deo bio dugačak, kako ćeš iskreno.
Pa nije, ali dužio.
Šta, ovo je 3 sata, on je bio 5, ovo je 3 sata.
Pa meni je trebalo, i to možda sam 2-3 puta poginuo samo. Meni je trebalo 6 i nešto.
6 sati? Pa dobro. To nije strašno.
I to sam najviše izgubio na one svetlosne...
Znam, kad vrtiš one...
Pa ima neka kugla koja te baca nešto u neki dnevni mod i neki četvrta dimenzija mod. Pa se otvaraju i zatvaraju prolazi kako bi prošao. Znači, to mora... Ima ih 5, 6, 7 tih kugli, moraš da ih kombinuješ. Pravu kombinaciju da bi otvorio prolaz. Okej je igra skroz, zanimljivo je. Što grafički mislim da ne postoji bolja igra od nje.
Pretpostavljam.
Baš su je ono...
Pretpostavljam da je Tera onaj...
5.4 ovaj novi.
Unreal.
Znači, sa koliko detalja su uradili ono kad se fajtaš sa ovim armijama, lik. Nerealno koji detalji na ovim ratnicima i animacija kad vade oružje, vatru da baci na tebe ili sekiru. Znači, stvarno skidam kapu za ovo.
Znači, detaljna igra.
Baš. Nerealno koliko detalje. Čako to je stol gdje ti na cijelo da se peneš.
Ajde.
I one prelaze između animacije i igre, znači, nema teorije.
I need more time.
Kako misliš kad ide animacija, neka cinematik i kad ono igraš to?
Da, znači, toliko je ukomponovano da...
I need more time.
Jer još uvijek ima one njene halucinacije.
Sad ima jedno 50 više.
Zdravo, Kecmane.
Zdravo, ljudi, što se radi?
Jesse Kecmanović, Marteli Usoviću.
Znaš kako se stvar kupio za 20 miliona?
Kako se stvar kupio za 20 u Diablo? Šta si našao?
Našao? Kupio.
A to mislim, našao da kupiš.
Našao da kupim.
Jer si se opet zabavao s ovim trade chatom, kao što znaš.
Pa ja sam iskren, ja ljudima, čovjek je stavio stvar na prodaju i rekao je name your price. Ja, ajde da probam, rekao vidi koliko imam, 33 miliona sam imao. A ja rekao 20 miliona. I on kaže, it's ok.
Ima ove halucinacije, mislim da sad imaš dva glasa više u glavi. Prilepio je se još neko.
Koliko je on tražio, ti si mu toliko ponudio.
Da, on je rekao name your price.
Drugim nečima mogu se podiš jeftinije.
Ne, boli me briga.
Ali ova, zbog tih glasova u glavi na ovim ROG 7.1 slušalicama, na onoj ilustraciji od Milana, tih ovoj ne je urađeno neko prepolećeno. Kontaš?
Kapiram.
Konta.
I eto si, trade u igri radi. I to radi dosta dobro.
Martinoviću, gdje si ti Martinoviću?
Brate, s kim vodiš priču?
Pa Martelus, to mi komplikovano, Martinović, to mi je lakše.
A zašto ne Kecman?
Zašto ne Kecman? Zaista ponudio sam izbor.
Rekao sam ti malo 50 Kecmanović i Martinović i čutiš, pa rekao onda ajde idemo.
Ako čuti, verujte slušalice okućno. Rekao si me zdravo ljudi, šta se radi, kako ste mi?
Zdravo.
Kad ćeš Helldivera s nama?
Evo odmah instaliram.
Pogledaj šta sam okačio, vidiš i kanal.
I'm not ready yet.
Pogledaj drugi post.
Ne scrollujem ja to mnogo.
Pogledaj drugi post od dole.
Da nije Vučić.
Ne, Hellblade, ja se zajebo, ja teo da kupim Helldivers, ono ne znam kako ja kupio Hellblade 2.
Ti kupio retardiranu šveđanku.
Hellblade, šveđanku je tiho je.
Da nisu ipak danski vikinzi u pitanju.
Ja ne znam da li su Iceland, šveđani ili danci, ne znam.
Ne, to su Islanđani.
Znam da je retardirana i ono da ima onaj, kako se zove?
PTSD.
Nije retardirana, samo je malo luda i malo ima 7 glasova u glavi.
PTSD.
To.
Traumu neku.
Dobro razmišlja s obzirom da koliko ima glasova u glavi.
Pa to je pomaže da vodi konstruktivni dijalog.
Kako se zovu oni, brate, što izgledaju kod deca, brate, sa očima blizu, što im oči blizu?
Mongoloidi.
Mongoloidi, da, brate, mongoloid riba.
Nije, zapravo liči dosta na glumica, glumica je izgleda okej.
Glumica ima
Ne, samo kucaš Samo kucaš ime igre i pogledaš kad su radili motion capture, original lične, šminka i osvetljenje.
Glas onoga što predstavlja Darkness, onaj crnački glas. Gdje su njega iskupali, majke. Glas je nerealno.
Vi ovog rasistu, brate, ti si protiv ovih današnjih pokreta.
Da, ti nisi bijelan.
Ja sam za pokret ubiti sve što je neprinadno.
Kako se zove onaj King Harold? King Harold je u stvari crna žena, koliko sam ja danas video.
Jao, nije uopšte.
Jeste vidjeli to?
Nije uopšte, ali nema veze. Kaže, bio je samo jedna osoba na tom danskom dvoru u to vreme, da li bila ljubavnica ili savjetnik ili vidar ili ko zna koji kurac. I kao odjednom, ne, ona je bila Jarl.
Da, to kad sam vidio, rekao, brate... I čekaj, kako se zove, Kleopatra, onaj film u fazonu, sad ima tu neka crnkinja. Ima neka crnkinja koja daje neki intervju, koliko sam shvatio, to je samo neka crnkinja koja nema nekakvog kredibiliteta. Nije istoričarka, nego samo neka crnkinja, razumiš, ono, koju je baka rekla, ne interesuje me ko ti je šta rekao, Kleopatra je bila crna, a sada to je zasnovano čisto zato što...
Trust me, bro.
Znaš, ono kao to je to.
Koliko seru, bre,
Kako je došlo do tog razgovora i bilo čega, znaš, ono kao ništa se to ne pominje, ništa to nema veze, ali eto, ono kao...
Svaka nova serija koja se pojavljuje forsira te neke pederske veze, jebi ga, nešto...
A to je sad najmanji problem inače.
Crnci sa belcima u vezi, znači ajde malo više pušati.
Co se toga tiče, kad vidiš dve gej osobe, to ti sad normalno kakva se ostala propaganda gura, znaš. Lakše mi je da vidim dve gej osobe nego razumeš trans osobe kad se lakše lan. Onda više ne znam. Transrodne osobe, da. Oh my god.
Transrodne.
Ne znam.
Znači, transferovao se rod neki, transrodna osoba.
Jes. Tako je.
Negde je rod nestao, znači kaže, Saška sad kad došla iz Španije, kaže više gejeve ne nazivaju gej, nebitno žena ili muško, znači gej populacija, nazivaju gej, oni.
Molim?
Oni kao gej.
A.
Pošto se ne zna šta su, sad su postali nebinarni i sad su proglašeni kao gej. Ne gej, nego gej.
I'm not ready yet.
Nema logike u to.
Pa ima logike, pogledaš, ako kažu dej, znači ne znamo šta su.
Ja kad sam učio engleski u školi, dej su bila množina.
Množina, upravo. Da, rajte, jebao i tako.
I need more time.
Udari Bruce
ali to nije prvi put da sam čuo, još su neki drugari rekli da je Španija, brate, totalno zastranila po tim pitanjima, da su svi nešto u te tranže i pedere otišli.
Za koga kažeš?
Za Španiju.
Španija, to njima se diže kurac, oni jebu šta im naleti isto.
To.
Ako si gledao one Almodovarove filmove, tu jebe koga stigne.
Oni su takvi u stvari, oni su opični.
A u suštini nije on ništa novo izmislio, to je tako.
Čerka od moje rođene sestre je udata za Špance tamo. Ona kaže da Španci nisu normalni, oni ovdje... Ne, ali nisu normalni da prave haos, pošto su blesavi. I kažu, koji to mentalitet, bitno se uvijava. Nije samo Almodovar sa filmovima, pogledaj sve španski filmove. Svi su...
Nije, ako gledaš to, mislim... Jebi ga, se zavisi kako gledaš u stvari.
Pogledaj Torrente, samo, i sve će ti biti.
Jao, brate, Torrente je meni tako dobar film.
To je baš ekstreman primer.
Može rođenog da istera napolje da prosi, da bi on imao šta da jede, jebi ga.
Je, kad sedi u zasedi sa partnerom i nudi mu maramicu i onaj vazelin. Kaže, ajde, dosadno je, kaže da... Ne mogu. Da, ne mogu.
To je normalno.
Jel, sve one kao akcijone scene, brate, gdje se djeca pojavljaju, djeca ovog prva, poginu.
Ali kad tamo kad uči onog čoravog sa pepeljarama, otišao na izletište tamo, pušta iznad glava onim ljudima što peku roštilj. Znaš koji kurac tu došao, to je ti izgleda.
A ti znaš da je glavni glumac režiser isto?
Ozbiljno?
Nisi znao?
Nisam znao.
Jest, onaj debejko mali, niski, on je režiser.
Svakom u čast. Ali preslikali su tako neku čudnu, surrealnu realnost. Ne znam, su dobri po meni film, zaista.
On je valjda navijač Atletika, Madrida, a ide se utakmice mrtvo pijen, ima šal oko vrata, a ide grupa navijača Reala. A on u onoj panici onako ne zna šta će i gura onaj šal u šak na ovog gura, znaš, ne bi li ga nabio i kao Real. Eka, to budala, pa ću kada se gura, on definitivno nije normalan čovjek.
I need more time.
Znaš gde on igra u tom filmu još? Da se reći ko primetio. Ste gledali Blade 2?
U drugom delu, jel možda?
Šta?
Jel u drugom delu, ono u Rusiji?
Pa na kraju u Rusiji na početku filma samo njega ostavi živog da mu oda gde je vispred.
I need more time.
A to je on?
To je na motoru kad se ganjaju, oni ćelavi srećaju.
Rekli šta, glumi Rusa?
Ne, glumi vampira, nego ga na kraju ga u Moskvu, pošto mu je rekao, na početku filma mu je rekao nećete ubiti, ovaj to sreće, kao još. I onda na kraju filma ovaj u Moskvi, tamo u nekom striptease klubu, i umjesto striptizete pojavljuje se Blade i kaže, tavariš, kao da ispunim obećanje, ono, znači.
Da. Taj Blade meni uopšte nije bio loš filmovi, brate, su ga sjebali sa onim...
Blade Trinity.
Ono kad su bacili one kao dodatne pomoćnike Huntere.
Pa imaš Reynoldsa, on nije toliko loš.
Taj lik je uništio Blade, taj lik je, brate,
uništio ozbiljno. Stop, film
je postao... Blade film. Blade film, znači Ryan Reynolds, ja mislim da je on uništio, brate. Dobro, nije,
šteta što je zebo s porezom, ono.
Ma šta porezom,
znaš da je isto jedan od luđih filmova, a oba glumca obožava, znači on je Money Train.
Da.
Gde on i Woody, znači on i Woody su takav duet, to je...
Jesu.
Čekaj, Woody Harrelson je on?
Woody Harrelson, da.
Nisam znao.
Oni igraju zajedno i ono, belci ne znaju da skaču.
Ne zna. Da, mislim, vidi, nije loš film, ali mi je tema malo, ono, mislim, jeste drama neko u pitanju, ali...
Podsjeća na Nebesku udicu, zar ne?
Ali Money Train je brutalan ovaj film, brutalan. A Woody je inače u privatnom životu teški kreten.
I need more time.
Prošle pretprošle godine išao na Roland Garros da gleda tenis, znači mrtav pijan na svaki meč, jedi blok tamo se bacuje nešto.
I need more time.
Koliko boli kurac.
Ma što ne bi, brate.
Tu ja bi živao tako, $1 milion, znači ne raskalašno i bahato, nego pisalo bi sve o meni bi pisali, na najgori način.
Znaš, ono, mislim, makar se ponašao, znaš, kao ovdje pije, brate, mislim što ne bi pio na takvim eventima, znaš, kao ne pravi neka druga sranja, ono, da je neki, ono, žešći bolesnik i to.
Znaš koji mi je njegov isto film nerealno dobar, ovaj The Man from Toronto, čovjek iz Toronto. Si gledao to?
Kako?
Man from Toronto.
Jo, imao sam taj film skinuto, ali ga nisam pogledao.
Znaš kakav film, ludilo? Nerealan film.
To je neka akcija, ne?
Komedija, akcija, igra ovaj mali, zaboravio se kako se zove, onaj mali crnja što ga sad svugdje ima u onim komedijama, onaj mali da bi smešan.
Ovi što glumi isto s Rokom, ono, da.
Da, onaj CIA agenta, ono kao.
Da.
Onaj mali bal. Znači,
Ne gotivim ga.
Pobrkaju ovaj man from Toronto, to je plaćeni ubica, Woody Harrelson, koga samo kad ga vide useru se, svi znaju za njegove metode mučenja iz tog kura. I ovaj mali nešto pogrešno odštampo, toner mu bio loš i nije mu dobro odštampo adresu neku za Airbnb. I ode u vikendicu da je ovaj treba da dođe da obrađuje neke zarobljenike. I pobrkaju ga, pomisle da je on čovjek iz Toronto.
Iz Toronto, aha.
I tu kreće, panduri skontaju da u stvari nastane tu haos i panduri u stvari skontaju da crnja nema, pošto niko ne zna kako izgleda ovaj ubica. Skontaju da nije on taj, ali da će da ga podmetu da bi navukli ovog da se pojavi. A ovaj pametniji od njih, oni to skontaju još pola sata pre pandura. Pa on krene njega da koristi da dođe do ovih što su mu smestili, znači, a usput 100 varijanti, znači, savršen film, bukvalno savršen. Ali Woody je odigrao...
Ma, on je gotivan suda i baš sam juče gledao jedan film sa njim kad glumi nekog profesora, ono. Mislim, ne mogu kažem da je glavna uloga više ono tu sporedna. Ima malu ulogu, ali jeste gotivan je, brate, gde god da ga vidiš, gde god da ga vidiš.
Je, znači, ono, imaš i onaj film, tu je isto dobro, ali tu nije se zlupirao, tu je baš onaka akcija. Highwayman, on i Kevin Costner, kad jure Bonnie i Clyde.
A ovi kao prirodno rođene ubice, Nature Born Killers.
A to je već. To imaš i Robert Downey Jr.
Da, da. Meni je to isto
fantasy film. To je odigrao isto, ova serija, ova True Detective, je vidio, ona prva sezona.
Da, pa jeste.
Prva sezona, on i ovaj McConaughey.
Jeste.
Kakav duet.
Prva je fantastična, druga je gledljiva i posle toga nema razloga više da gledaš seriju, ono.
Ja sam gledao 3 sa Jodie Foster, nisam još gledao.
Brate, ne da je glupa, znači... Znaš onaj Daytonov pas, kako ga zovu? Ono u Rusiji što se desilo, je pa nešto inspirisano time. U svakom slučaju imaš peder ženu, crnu, sa gomilom tetovažama, ona ide i prebiva muškarce, zbog čega, eto, božeju se. Imaš Jodie Foster koja je ogavna u svakom smislu, ne kapiram zašto, užasno je.
Ali prvi deo, znači Woody i McConaughey...
Ne, ono je bilo i super napisano, sad su se vratili, pokušali su nešto da se vrate, ono na taj paranormalno, da kažeš, ono da malo vodi na taj neki misticizam i nadprirodno. Međutim, nemam pojma, brate, znači razvučeno, nema dešavanja, agenda se samo šalje i to je to. Ja nisam uspio, na primjer, da odgledam tu 4. sezonu, znaš kako, krenuo sam i rekao se jebi da mogu. Znači jednostavno dešavanja su bila ono poprilično dosadna i glupa.
Kad sam odgledao već ove 3 odgledat ću i sa Jodie, ili...
Ono, probaj.
Jodie, gde je Hattori najbolji među najboljima? Tu si, pa, što ćutiš, zašto se ljutiš?
Torima. Tamo koncentracija igra Han Shodan.
Zašto ćutiš, na koga se ljutiš?
Majko moj. Zato je treba koncentracija.
Pa si opsednut tim glupanima više, prestajem pratiš to uopšte, poludeću.
Da ima da priča sa čim s Nenadom.
Ako je to jedina tema.
I need more time.
Misliš da ovo, da. Da. Da.
I need more time.
A čekaj, Hrvati su posle drugog svjetskog rata žigosani kao najgenocidniji narod u istoriji čovečanstva, pa i ništa ne fali. Eno, vidim da je izboli.
I šta ćemo sad?
Ameri su ih proglasili za najgenocidniji. Švabe koji su klali Jevreje su se grozili od ustaša u Jasenovcu.
I need more time.
Čekaj, ko je sad to izazvao? Ko je sad izazvao da se posle 29 godina odjednom Srebrenica pominje i da se zbog toga...
Provokator.
Zašto?
Okej.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Dobro, onda...
I need more time.
Crnogorski litno čmarčić svima i to je prođe.
I need more time.
Da. Da.
I need more time.
Nice.
Brate, ja da imam nuklearku, ja bi odavno bacio.
Well, then we are lucky.
I need more time.
Kažu sa velikom, with greater power comes greater responsibilities. Što imaš veću odgovornost, to jest što imaš veću moć, veću odgovornost. Znači možda ne bismo ipak htjeli da budemo toliko
Pa, to uopće ne zvuči loše onda, ali tako, nekako sve...
I'm not ready yet.
Možemo li da me ne ubijemo nekako?
Ajde da vas malo prekinem, znate šta mi se juče desilo?
Da čujem,
jedan lep događaj, nije ni seks, ni pijanstvo, nego nešto iz normalnog života. Tražim ti ja pre mesec i po dana od projekt menadžera povećanje plata. Rekao, ako pogledaš moj učinak, da imam osnova da tražim, jer mi je 100% učinak. 3 puta veći od svakog drugog radnika i kaže on, slažem se, u pravu si. Prošlo par dana, projekt menadžer i šef s mene me zovu na razgovor, bio petak podne i kaže, ne znamo šta im radiš, ali kidaš. Znači, svaka čast zaslužuje. Povodom toga. Završio ja smenu u 8, pola 10 uveče, cima me šef, kaže, u ponedjeljak u 4 imaš razgovor sa mnom, da si slobod s tim menadžerom, zove ti se prljava. Ja rekao, prži me zbog povećanja plaće. Ja rekao, šta mi jebeš, kaže, ne jebem te, nego zasao si sve, to mi kraju smene. Ispostavilo se da nisam ništa zasao, nego glupi Amerikanci, pošto je meni bio kraj smene, ja sam prebacio tiket na networking tim koji je to rešio za pola sata i obavećio ženu broj tiketa koji tim, jer mi se završava smena preuzima. Lupača me prijavila dvojici glavnih Amerikanaca, kako sam ja rekao njoj da mi je kraj smene i ostavio je nerešio. Znaš koja frka se vidi? U ponedeljak imao razgovor i pored svega ničim pozvana dođe i Nada, tim liderka. Koja te tako reći, promjena se, da bojim se, ali bez obzira što ti imaš udjela 100%, znaš ti izgleda kad slušala sam tvoje pozive, ti kao da otaljavaš te posao, znaš. Tu film otvara me u kurac, znači ti tu govoriš nešto, ti videla moje procente, prvo mi to pogledaj pa mi se onda obratio. Pa mi slobo smiri, kaže nastaviš i tako prekidamo ovo pa idemo u HR na razgovor. I uglavnom, ja sam morao da priznam svoju grešku kako sam to zasrao, što nisam smeo da je kažem da mi je kraj smene i bla 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 bla. I kontanu, znači od povećanja nema ništa. Znači, znaš koja frka se digla? Ti to ne možeš da zamisliš, zato što je kod dvojice glavnih idiota ova glupača se žalila tamo. I prošlo je 3 nedelje i ja juče sedim i ovaj projekt menadžer mi šalje privatnu poruku. Broj ugovora, ime, prezime, ja gledam šta je povećanje plate od 1. juna, odobreno. A ja, znači, nisam smeo ni da pitam posle onoga, razumeš? Još me on naješio na tom sastanku, znači, gde smem da, još i on mi mrtvo izjavio, i dakle, šta odobreno? On kaže, da, izvini, nisam stigao ranije to da ti završim kao rešeno.
Znači legno povećanje, ako?
200. Da je malo,
ne. Kako ide porez? Ili moraš da im plaćaš porez?
Što bi ja plaćao porez?
Plaća firma pre nego što mu plati pare.
Aha.
To mi je logično.
Ne, pošto su Amerikanci, ono zbog toga pitam.
Pa ne, pa...
A to se već poreze.
Centrala je u Beogradu, jeba.
Da, dobro, pa dobro, mislio sam jebi ga pošto si uslovio su Amerikanci, pa onda kapiram, znaš.
Da, američka firma, ali centrala je ovde u Beogradu.
Da, pa dobro, to je druga stvar, Drugim rečima, nema to već s Amerikancima, već sve su ti to naša gamad. Oni su vlasnici firme i ništa više.
Ti koliko je Amerima ovo područje, ovdje Novi Beograd, interesantno. Ova firma Telesign, ne znam da znate koja je to. Telesign ti radi sigurnost za Google, za Facebook, za Instagram, znači jako su mnogo. Imaju u Big Plazi na Novom Beogradu, znaš ti kako ne gdje.
Da.
Imaju 4 sprata imaju zapisljeno.
Ozbiljno, to su baš jaki jebote.
Parking ispred Big Plaze, njihov deo parkinga. Znaš koliko mesečno plaćaju zapis parkinga? 70.000 evra samo za parking.
Ajde seru.
Da.
70.000 evra za parking, koliko, ma daj, brate.
Gledao sam radio u Big Plaza dole u kompromisu ovdje se gledao.
Brate, to, ili moguće to toliko košta da su ih samo odrali, ono. Kao što naši obično umeju. 70.000 evra za parking, koliko tek onda, brate, plaćaju sprat?
Ne znam, 4 sprata imaju, znači...
A to ti kažem, znaš koliko i onda tek sprat.
Znaš kakve prostorije gore?
A ti si home agent, reci mi.
Pa ne, ja sam samo... Ja radim u kući zašto me boli kurac.
Pa to, pa zato pa home agent.
Imam aneks ugovora koji sam dopisao. Da radim od kući i plaćaju mi pola struje i pola interneta, ali ne plaćaju mi sve.
Da. Što je okej da se razumemo.
To otprilike ista para.
Ali dobro, mislim, to je to što ti plaćaju transport dan, samo ne ideš. Ali ti zato plaćaš kad si ti struju...
Moramo da odemo neki put dan, dva, kad mi dolaze ovdje u glavu.
A dobro, sada mislim.
A u suštini... Da ne mrzi, to bi bilo... Plaćivo, ko...
Po dobro, s obzirom da postoji vidi, Boris, s obzirom da postoji ova mogućnost napredovanja, razumeš ono, znači nije da je ono... Lelebut.
Znaš što je dobro, što na primjer u kuhinji... Ko ne zavisi od bureka i od mesnih prerađevina za doručak, može recimo džabe da doručkuje.
Kako misliš?
Pa zašto je frižider prepun mleka, jogurta, voćnih sokova, tih muslija, Coca-Cola, kisele, plazme. Znači možeš svako prepodne, to ti je uračeno sa tamo što utroškoj firmi.
Ozbiljno?
Možda uzimaš koliko hoćeš, bukvalno. Moj.
I'm not ready yet.
Znači, ako možeš da preživiš prepodne na doručku, napraviš sebi tamo, izgrobiš plazmu, jogurtom, voćem, nekim jebi.
Ma da, super, pa to je ono bukvalno zdravo, brate, što je
jogurt
jogurt
ti... Kaz, Miloš i te gluposti, neke sokove, to ništa, ne tapu, ništa. Piva ima da ti, samo što to baš gledaš da te ne gledaju, možeš popiti piva koliko hoćeš.
A možeš, brate, ali ono, to je, mislim, bit će loša stvar, brate, uvijek imaš nekog idiota koji će to da, ono, hvati previše.
Ali, kako uradimo, kad odemo, obično je Slobat, projekt menadžer je tu i onda on, kad oko 5, kad je smena, ona kad ovi što ostaju do 11 se uzimaju, onda on kaže, ajde idemo sad da zaoljubimo jedno 3-4 tima, znači kad ti on da zeleno svetlo, onda me boli kura.
Welcome to my channel.
On donese tu kancelariju, što mi imamo našu kancelariju, znamo. C112, on donese 20 piva, tu i tu zera.
Very nice, I like.
I need more time.
Joj, brate,
razmišljao da tražim možda drugi posao, jer generalno zaista nije najveća plaća koja stoji, ali imam skoro 30 dana godišnjeg nivou.
Ja, reci mi koju podršku nudiš?
Šta ti reći sam ti završi?
Aha, baš.
4 puta mogu da uzem sick day, da nikom ništa se ne pada, samo da kažem da mi nije dobro i plaćam taj dan. Plaćam mi je taj dan. Atmosfera je super, znači slobodan dan, 2, da ne dođeš to kad hoćeš, pokrivano je, niko ti neće reći, 2/3 mene bukvalno kurcem, nema da se nije neka stvar, gledam filmove, serije, igram igre. I plata je 27. 28. Uta je 115. Tako da ima više argumenta i od prvog dana za stalno, bez onih gluparija, određeno i sve varijante, razumeš?
A, znači prijavljeni sve?
Aha, stalno od prvog dana.
Brate, ozbiljni su?
Nema razloga da tražim drugi posao, plus što mogu na pola godinu mi rekao da je slobodan, ako radiš kako treba, možeš koji tražiš na pola godine dana za povećanje ponovno. Kaže, njima je više u interesu da ti daju veći skintu, 100-200 € koliko se ogreše, nego da se reći. šta si pitao, koja vrsta podrške, a?
Da.
Pa konkretno osiguravajuće kuće u Americi Grange za zaposlene podrške. Za sve što im se dešava oko naloga, softvera i hardvera tu je.
Aha, znači to su neki custom programi koji su za neku firmu.
Da, sad ako ne može od hardvera na nešto, ako baš ne može da dalje sredi, mora da ustanovim šta je i onda ih pošaljem u upravnu zgradu na drugi sprat, tamo u tech sobu da zamene i to je to. Pa nema tu strašno nešto. Imaš kad... Najgore mi je kad mi se javi zaposleni koji nema veze oko kompjutera. Znači
I ne umeni da ti objasni što je problem.
Ne zna šta je X dugme da klikne da zatvori, razumiješ? E sad, imaju 3 vrste zaposlenih. Imaju stalne radnike koji imaju službene laptopove i službene Team klijente. Team klijent je neka Linux. Tim laptopovima i tim klijentima ja imam pristup preko alata daljinski, ali ovi self-kontraktori što rade kao ugovorci, oni koriste lične kompjutere. Tu mi je pakao. Tu onda moram da ih navedem nekako na Teams, pa da mi na Teamsu šeruju screen i da mi daju kontrolu.
Aha, šta koristite, TeamViewer ili nešto svoje?
Ne, za laptopove i za Team Client imamo naš alat koji pristupa mi. U stvari, to je Windowsov alat, to je SCCM. Bukvalno uđeš i imaš kompletnu kontrolu, razumiješ? Nego kod ovih self-kontraktora, govoraca njihovih, oni koriste svoje kompjutere, tu nemam nikakav pristup. Tu moram ili da ih navodim, ili da ih pozovem na Teamsu, pa da mi daju kontrolu, a TeamViewer se smatra kao security breach, ne što može otkazati.
Da, zato što je third party, pa zbog toga.
Može pokušiš otkazati po nekom predložiš TeamViewer.
O, dobro, brate, onda šta, ako ne predložiš ga?
Da, kažem, imaš debila koji bukvalno ništa ne znaju oko kompjutera. Ali ništa.
Ali to je uvek tako.
Nemaš ih u svakom preduzeću.
To sam htio da kažem, imaš toga uvek.
No.
Sad, generalno, kakvi su Amerikanci debili, ovi moji su super. Ali opet imaš bisera, lenji su, znaš, ono kad plate uslugu, oni misle da treba da im sve radiš. Znači, u petak me zvala riba, kaže, ne radi joj kamera na laptopu. Ja uđem...
Ti to onda, čekaj, izvim sad samo pitanje da razumem bolje temu. Jel ti radiš to onda samo sa našima ili mešano?
Ne, to su sve Ameri, nemam ja naši.
Aha.
Oni su u Americi, osiguravajte kuće u Americi, a mi smo ovdje, mi to radimo ne može bez toga da uđe. Kaže, ne radi joj kamera na laptopu. Ja uđem u laptop, pogledam, slika precrtana, kamera instalirana, znam šta je, to sam onaj slider. I need more time. I ja je pitam za to, kaže, nema slider. Ali da ona meni pojasni. Ja sam, kaže, juče bila u kancelariji, tamo imamo eksterne laptopove, ove monitore koji imaju ugrađenu kameru gore i na tu kameru radi. I meni je zaklopljen laptop i ove koristim one monitore i znači nešto ne valja, sredite mi to. Znači, uporno pokušavam, rekao, dobro, slikam, pogledam koji je model, kad ne uđem na nalog, vidim koji je model dela. Slikam joj kameru i poklopa se ono. I ona kaže, da, u pravu si ima kao slider, ali je otvoren. Ja kažem, dobro, ajde, pogledam sve one permisije u aplikacijama, sve upišem kako treba. I ja kažem, ajde, rekao, probaj zatvori slider, zatvori mi sočivo, pa ga otvori, možda sam glup. Kaže, evo, uradila sam ništa. I kao, da bi mi ona pojasnila u stvari šta je kvar, kaže, u ponedeljak ću biti u kancelariji, pa ćete nazvati odasne, da vidiš šta je. Ja rekao, dobro. Zatiče me u ponedeljak ujutru poruka, govori se kao veliko izvinjenje, ipak si bio u pravu, postoji slajder preko sočiva koji je bio zatvoren. Znači, koliko nju boli kurac šta sam ja njoj pričao preko telefona, dokle da me je slagala kad sam ja zamolio da zatvori slajder i da otvori, da je rekla da je uradila to. I onda me u ponedeljak govori, bio si u pravu, ipak postoji slajder. Znači, nije ni gledala, ona konta to, ja sam tu podrška reši. To sam pokazao svima ovdje, pokazao sam i šefu, evo kad je to budala.
Evo s čime se ja borim na drevnoj bazi, a?
Ne, ali znaš se kaže, ja kažem, ajde sad ga zaklopi, odklopi, kaže, evo uradila. I onda mi u ponedeljak kaže, ipak si bio u pravu, postoji slajder koji je bio zaklopljen. Znači, nisi ni gledala kod. Rome.
I'm not ready yet.
Mene takve budale izluđuju. Ko u Walmartu kad sam bio podrška, Walmart je svaki market ko omanje selo je.
A, to sam video, ono, da su baš...
Da, je jako je glupo zamišljeno, oni kad zovu, imaju onaj kult za mušterije, tu su menadžeri, znaš. I kad zovu odatle, i sad ako treba, ja sam bio podrška za one self-checkout, tu ti one kase, gdje nema testirane, sam stavljaš sve i platiš.
Da.
I self-checkouti su od pulta za mušterije udaljeni 6-7 minuta hoda, možda, znam 10, vidim kamere,
Jebote koliko je to čudo onda, razumiješ?
Svaki Walmart je ko omanje selo, ogromno nešto, ko grad. On nema šta nemaš, tamo imaš i department za oružje, da kupiš oružje.
Ma svega jebote.
Slušaj sad ovo glupi Amer. Sad ovako u 90% slučajeva moraš da probaš reboot mašine, koji se sad čekao. Da vidiš grešku koji je. E sad, pošto nemaju, ne koriste mobilne telefone, nego koriste bežične, kad zovu bežične ne može da dobaci tamo 6-7 minuta. I sada ovako, ja znam koliko mu treba da se self-checkout. Treba mu peške 6-7 minuta. Treba da se rebootuje self-checkout, da se potpuno podigne, treba 10 do 15 minuta. I treba mu 6-7 minuta da se vrati nazad. I ja kažem, molim vas, morate rebootovati self-checkout. Znači, ok, daj mi minut. Kaže, evo, rebootovati. Sad ja ovako, gledam njega na kameri, kako sedi za kapsule pultom. Kako ne radi ništa. I gledam kameru na self-checkoutu koji ne radi. I treće, u Dem Toolsu, i dalje vidim self-check online, nije otišao offline ili ne. Ja ga pitam da li ste sigurni da ste rebootovali. Da, jesam, evo upravo sam ga rebootovao i dalje ne radi. Ja vidiš da nema Vajgera, dobro da li želite da vam postavljam teren. Da, molim. Debil ne zna da ga ja gledam, da mu treba minimum 25 minuta za tu akciju, on kaže evo dajte mi minut, evo redi. Mogu ti jasno koji su oni debili.
Isteruju neke svoje pravde, jebi.
Ameri su težak oblik retarda. Težak oblik
I'm not ready yet.
To je ona dijeta partija, najbolje opisuje Amerikanske, ali izuzetno naporna, lenja i glupa.
I need more time.
Da li sam ti sve rekao?
Aha, otprilike.
Izuzetno naporna, lenja.
I need more time.
Mekak. Žali Bože, resursa što sam potrošio za ovo.
Zašto sam se napravio?
To je, znaš kakav scaling za ovoga, imaš empowered boss. Ovaj Duril. To treba da igraš one rifti, da upgradeš sav gear i sve statistike i da sve maksuješ i onda možda prođeš da gubiš.
I tako moj Kecmane, rešim ja juče da kupim Helldivers 2 i ne znam kako zajebem si kupim Hellblade 2.
Da.
Čekaj, kupio si Hellblade?
Nisam, imam je na Game Passu.
Pa dobro je rekao, zašto bi kupio čovječe, brate, znači to je single player.
Imam je na ovom Xbox Game Passu, odmah prvi dan. Ali najluđe što sam je prešao za dan i po, evo.
A, to vidiš. Taj Game Pass je takvo, ono, ubistvo za game developere, samo tako, ono. Zamisli, brate, izbaciš novu igru i on ti ga stavi na Game Pass.
A jebi ga, vjerojatno imaju ugovor s Xboxom.
A imaju, brate. Imaju, zajebute. Jao Ilija, jao crveni Ilija.
Šta treba?
Brate, dobio sam, da li jedno 3 unika. Sad u ovom ranu. I ništa, je otišao tamo da razbijem ovo i naravno razbijem ih sve. Želeći da razbijem žute i...
Baš je fino što su bacio dugme s krepom. Zar ne?
Ali nema veze, važno da sam dobio novi šešir u sezonu. Naš je novi šešir. Nešto je dobro, što više ovih obola možeš da držiš kod sebe.
2000 i po.
Da.
To je dosta dobro.
Borise, jesi tu?
Sam.
Jel imaš laće s mene?
Ne.
Pa brate, super da bi tu. Ne znam što bi ti to menjao. Pogotovo što kažeš, brate, na 6 mjeseci, godinu dana možeš da potražiš ono povećanje, brate, ja ne znam što bi ti to menjao.
Slobodan vikendom i...
Svaki vikend slobodan, nije ti onako, brate, Borise. Borise, čuti dobre tebi.
Evo ti, pre 2 godine sam otišao 3 meseca u Grčku,
Dođi u Grčku, a?
Jer je problem da radimo odatle, ono, samo drugo, da mogu sve počne plažiti.
Ili na kom levelu su ti glifovi?
5 glifova na 15 level.
Pa bro, dečko ti si vredan.
Ne, nego je igra laka.
Ne. Ovo je sezona gdje si ti najvredniji.
Igra je laka.
I need more time.
što kaže jedan tip, easiest game of my life.
Greetings.
Da rolujem inteligenciju sad, to meni nije jasno.
Damage i resistance. Malo
Ne, kako da ga rolujem za ovo, pošto vidim, brate, da svugdje mi fali inteligencija ili dexterity, ja to, ono, skoro penodove nemam.
Kako buđiš, kako ideš kroz to drvo sa paragonima, tako ti...
Pa ne, kapiram ja to vremenom, razumiješ?
A koliko ti treba?
Imamo misterioznu igru danas u pretpostavku podne na Epiku. Mystery game.
Koliko ti treba, recimo?
Pa nemam pojma, ono, inteligencija mi je 269.
Treba ti?
A treba mi, o brate, pa nadalje. Znači, to ti već na drugoj tabli, ja nemam...
Sa druidom?
Da, sa druidom.
Što
imam
ideš...
Imam willpower koji mi je 1000, brate, i ono, 200. 1120.
Meni je 400 willpower i 365 dexterity, a intelligence mi je 1300. Znači, through the roof. E sad, verovatno uzmeš oružje ili taj gear koji ima rolovan, recimo, primarni atributi, umjesto primarnog atributa uradiš roll i on ti ponudi opciju da uzmeš to što ti fali. Intelligence. Kako si?
Just cause.
Na primjer. Ta varijanta.
Mada skrepovući ja sebi ovaj build, pravo da ti kažem. Igra mi dalje onaj paneler. Nije loš.
Pa imaš i nove opreme, znaš.
Pa da, za to nešto drugo.
Ništa te ne košta, samo da promeniš aspekte.
Pa sada da, sad je to daleko lakše.
Ne zahteva da imaš armori.
Žena. Sad bi konačno mogu da odigram Resident Evil 4 remake.
Ko je remake? Misli igra da sad?
Nisam ga ni pokrenuo, to je stavljeno kad je izašao to i DLC, ona Ayla Long.
Pa meni se nije igra instalirala samo baš zbog DLC. A igru sam prešao bio 2 puta, čini mi se zaradi.
Jesi, ja?
2 puta zaradi. Jednom ono da pređem, a drugi put da nađem sve što sam prvi put promašio. To ti je ono kao New Game Plus.
That's absolutely marvelous. Ja ne znam ni što sam kupio onaj DLC ovaj.
Pa, zato što ti je to druga varijanta glavne priče, ništa posebno. Ima i teži neprijatelji, znaš.
Bio je nek 700 i nešto dinara na sve
pa zato si ga i kupio. Ja isto gotivim taj CD Keys, brate, brzi su, uslužni su. Prosto dosta stvari.
Još skoro sve tamo, sad nešto. Uzimo sam preko turskog Steama dok je bilo ono, jeftinije dok su mogle gift kartice se kupe po normalnoj ceni. Recimo prvi deo Hellblade-a, znaš koliko sam platio na turskom Steamu?
Oko 5.
60 centi. Star Wars, Jedi Fallen Order i Titanfall dvojku sam tamo uzeo
I'm not ready yet.
To su baš smešne cene. Nisam ni Resident Evil 7 prešao još, jebem ti, nervira me to iz prvog lica u pičku mater.
Ona je u kući.
Nije u telu je sedmica, petica, ne, petica i ono u Africi.
Sedmica u kući.
Da, u kući s onom porodicom, valjda.
Da, Baker, kako li smo to?
I need more time.
Ne, nervira me samo što je iz prvog lica u pičku mater. I Village je bio iz prvog lica pa izašao onaj DLC, onaj Winter.
Da bi mogu da igraš uopšte iz trećeg lica, to treba da naprave model glavnog karaktera. Znaš?
A imaš na Nexusu, imaš, ali treba 7 modova nekih.
To su moderi radili.
I kažu da radi savršeno, samo što ja dok pročitam šta treba da uradim, meni već muka jeba.
A nije toliko baš ono komplikovano.
Nije.
U većini slučajeva kao crack, ono da kopiraš i pestuješ.
Kao što je u igri fali taj, default igri fali taj kao third person view, fali ti model glavnog karaktera.
Uglavnom, kažem ti, za Village sam kupio onaj Winter DLC samo da bi imao treće lice. I sam se planirao da kupujem taj DLC. Ali kaže da bi bilo treće lice mora da uzeti DLC, onda možda biraš. Village mi je prebolestan, oni debeli trgovac, znači njega su odradili... Čovječ, koliko tu detalja, krmača na snegu, ono pupak viri, koliko je debel i to...
Biše sedmica i u Rumuniji, ako se dobro sećam.
Da, Village je u Rumuniji.
Da. Slam je ovaj drugar slike tih, baš su zamkova gdje su Japanci uzeli, razumeš?
Inspiraciju,
da.
Inspiracion?
Pa ono, 1:1, bukvalno presikanje, znaš, arhitektura, bar s polja. Isto kao kad su pravili, vražiju mater, Silent Hill. Poslali su ekipu u Chicagu, ja mislim, ili u okolinu, da ono s kamerama idu i fotografišu arhitekturu, ulice, škole, s polja jebi ga ono.
Da, pa kako izgleda to čisto...
Da steknu... Kad si ovaj Silent Hill 2 remake što običavaju to godinu.
Sam malo skeptičan da ne...
Zašto prave bojku umjesto Peta, Peta najbolji horor.
Zapravo...
A ne znam, s onim kamion živom, kako se zove, Trevor, to je isto.
Ali to je PlayStation Vita ili PlayStation Portable verzija igre, ja mislim.
To je isto bio nekoliko lično. Mislim, dobio je dobro. Mislim, dobro, ono, ima isto zanimljivu priču u Silent Hill. Došli išli su na nešto... Pa ne znam, dublje, mislim, jebi ga, Resident Evil je dobar i popularan, ali, brate, nije dubok. To s virusom i kao malo politike i to je to. Mene Resident Evil izgubio, brate, sa tom sedmicom u fazonu kad su krenuli da preteruju sa onom masom koja dobija oblake, to mi je baš bilo glupo.
Oni od makovine ljudi.
Pa ne makovine, nego ona masa guji, znaš.
Pa da, to ti je makovine.
Neka čamak, pa
ne.
Da to postane čudovište i to mi je nekako mnogo glupo. Peticu nam pomogu, peticu su mnogo uživao, da kažem, ljudi su nešto ispljuvali peticu, kao nije im se dopadlo, možda je bila previše akcijona.
Kao igra koja nema veze sa Resident Evilom, dobra je. To je problem sa...
Meni se, na primjer, ovaj The Evil Within prvi deo, ne da me oduševio.
Ne, Evil Within svi kažu da je fantazija igra. Ja tu igru hoću da odigram, ja ne znam već koliko dugo godina, brate,
Welcome to my channel.
Ako je imaš na Epiku, instaliraj
imam.
Nemoj na Steamu je poglovita jako.
To sam ti pričao, ali to mi dalje nije jasno.
Ne znam, evo, probali smo Nenad i ja cijelo večer. Sve sam neto probali. I uspeli smo nekako da izbacimo ono govno crno i sve. Ali frame rate ima katastrofa. Sture sve nešto se papi prava, ide preko noge, ulazi u noć. Epic verzija radi ko sad. Isto sam doživeo za one Evil Westi, ne znam šta je. Evil West sam bio kupio preko Steama na nekom popustu, bio $8. Znači, znaš šta znači neigrivo od stutteringa? Gledam po YouTube-u, svi kukaju, kažu samo PlayStation verzija radi kako treba, ovo kaže stuttering zbog Unreal Engine-a, nešto su sjebali. I refundiram posle sat vremena. I posle 3 meseca vidim da ima i na Game Passu.
Buc za novi build.
Znaš, vidim da ima na Game Passu Evil West i ja skinem s Game Passa, radi ko sace.
Fino. A šta misliš da ti dam... Majku ti jebem, izvinjavam se. Kako se ovo linkuje? Shift, levi klik. Hoćeš ovo?
Shift klik?
Hoćeš ovo?
Nema nešto stiglo.
Ako kad budeš krenuo Evil Within, posle ću ja ini file da ubaciš u My Dog.
Da jeste.
Odešem već, da nemaš brljije, znaš. Čuješ kad sam?
Da.
Ima par korekcija koje treba se napravi, ali rade, na Epic verziji rade, normalno.
To. Ti valja to?
A ne, to je Thor. Ne idem na Thor build, ali jemka. Čekaj, ti hoćeš da kažeš, znači ja sad na Epiku instaliram igru samo, ali tako?
Da.
Ta igra, znači po defaultu neće da radi kako treba.
Neće ni na Steamu ni na Epiku, ali na Epiku ima jedan easy fix u ini file-u. 2-3 linije samo popraviš i pokreniš igru i radi.
A šta se tačno dešava? FPS dropovi, dugo čitavanja ili nešto drugo?
Nešto ubrlja kad isključiš onaj cinematic scope, one crne linije gore.
One barove sa strane.
Full screenom, bez obzira što ti je prava rezolucija, ako imaš na primjer 2 monitora, on pređe na pola drugog monitora, pređe ekran i pola menija ti je neupotrebljivo. I FPS ode u kurac, iako uspeš da pokreneš. I neki easy fix, bukvalno ini file, samo promeniš 2-3 linije i radi.
Da. Ne, mislim, poznato mi to s ini failovima, ali... Kažem, pa jebi ga da nije čudo što su dali igru za džabe na Epiku, ali ajde.
Znači, kažem ti, evo, Nenad i ja smo se celo veče mučili na Steam verziji, pokušavali nas i ne vredi. A evo ti na generalu, evo ti da vidiš na Epiku kako mi je radio. Evo ti link tamo na Epiku. Da, general.
A, pa davo si mi ovo, mislim, čekaj, ovo je kada radi kako treba ili kada ne radi kako treba?
Radi kako treba, to je na Epiku.
A ne, to si mi pokazivao, to sam gledao. Meni sad više...
Full sat na 144 frame-a. Nema stuttering ništa krizi leti, evo ti to full screen. Grafika nema nikakva preklapanja, ništa, sve je odlično, savršeno.
I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
To da nešto da pojedem.
Šljaku gledam sa?
Da, od 2. Malo smo bili na penali da radim drugu, pa onda sutradan prvu. To je malo bilo djetski, ali...
I need more time.
Još mi nisu ponudili ugovor. Ugovor da produžim. A ja neću ni da ih forciram, već sam 3-4 puta rekao. A kad budu tražili da radimo sutra, ja kažem ja nisam radnik od firme.
Da.
Šta? Ma ne, mrtav sam ozbiljan, majke mi. Neću svađam istim. Jednostavno je tako. Maršu, pičku, materinu. Ko će da kupi zlato, jeste li svi rahitični?
A to da Sugar bude igrao.
Ma znam, Lost Ark sam igrao bio i šta ono još beše. Pa tih RPG-eva i... Evo te, onda nemoj da igraš. Ako moraš da kupiš virtualnu valutu, razumeš, za novac koji zarađuješ, ono, da kažem, realnom životu, onda daj otkaz. Daj otkaz. I farmuj zlato. That's the way to go.
I'm not ready yet.
Ima ovo da maksuješ reputaciju sa ovim gvozdenim vukovima. Železnim vukovima, kako zovu.
To treba da završim.
A, to ti je, boga mi, dosta tih XP pojena. Možeš se uraditi, ali...
I'm not ready yet.
Šta je sad, ništa se ne respawna više. Čemu se radi?
I'm not ready yet.
Pusi, pusi, pusi. Ja, teleportao. Znači.
I'm not ready yet.
Taj sam pasiv da 30% štete koju primam ide na golema, a njega svejedno ne mogu da kokam. Jedini koji vidio da je ubio golema bila je onaj level 200, kod ti empowered, onaj duril.
Oho.
Level 200. Vam pameti.
I'm not ready yet.
I to kad baci poison. Kad baci poison onda tikuje nešto nenormalno i to ga ono istopi. A ovo je regularna boranija, ma kaki, ne može. Ne znam, mogu li skeletona dobiti uopšte.
Better than starting from nothing.
Shake on it.
Elden Ring DLC izlazi sljedeći mjesec, ako dobro se sjećam.
Okolo.
Ako ti treba materijala za summonovanje onih bossova, mogu ti dati džabe. Već sam ubacio, bio dosta toga u sanduk, ne znam koji će mi. Nešto nisam primetio da bacio neke specifično korisne stvari.
I'm not ready. You saved my life. I'm not ready yet. Hello.
Greetings.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I I need more time.
Sam vidio dobru foru, kaže, znate li koje kao ove sezone najpopularniji build za druida?
I need more time.
Oj.
Stani pored nekromansera build. Dobro, to je vic, znaš. Vic u smislu da su verovatno prebuđili brojeve, znaš, to je samo igra brojeva. Ovo se da lako sve. Promeniš par vrednosti i onda će ljudi već morati da nešto novo smisli, kapiraš.
I'm not ready yet.
Ja s tim nemam problema, ja igram šta mi se igra. Potrefilo se da to što trenutno igram je malo previše.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Skinuo mi je sav health. Znači jebena kletva. Kletva me nabilu za zid. Izgubio sam 300 ovih health type pointa. Šta god. A šta god, pa već sam otvorio 3-4 na sanduka, ona velika zlatna, znaš?
Da.
I need more time.
Tako da, It's all good.
That is too expensive.
Nešto se lomi.
Hello. Greetings. I'm not ready yet.
Čini mi se da igra malo radi stabilnije. Kad sam kepovao frame rate na nižu vrednost.
A koliko ti je bilo ranije?
144. Ali dobro, uradio sam isto, u suštini sam kepovao na 72 frame-a i onda sam uključio onaj AMD, onaj frame generation. Optički se ne primeti, a svejedno ne možeš ti da igraš brže nego što ti nije u pitanju Dark Souls 1 da na 200 FPS-a igra radi brže u suštini, fizika, merdevine, GG.
I need more time.
Ubije me Corpse Explosion. Koliko je sati? 11 i 30. Mogu bi da ubijem jednog bossa. Bar bossa. I da ugasim igru poslije toga, pošto drugog neće stići.
I need more time. I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Vidim na što će odam ići.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I need more time. I need more time.
A ne možeš. Evo zašto uopšte mi se ne ide da ubijem level 100 bossa, ono kako se zove Lilith. A ne vidim, razumeš, imaš one shot ability, razumeš? One shot ability. Znači ako možeš da skineš 30.000 HP-a sa maksimalnim resistom i preko toga sa ovim fortifiedom. Bukvalno one shot, nema drugog.
I'm not ready yet.
Glupost.
My bags are full.
XP više ne mogu ni da uzmem. Možda mogu da stignem da ugram nešto da pojedem.
Ajde.
A pre boss. Možda. Kako šta izađe, tako ga meni ne ubiju, znaš.
Dobro.
Znači nikakav input se ne zahteva od mene. Može, ali nema potrebe.
Znate, ti lazy buildovi su najjači.
Mogu da nabacim buff. Da je moj minion krpe. I bukvalno je na mene nabacila 2-3, ona kao area efekta, znaš. Kvarno s njene strane, dobro. U potpunosti je razumijem. Poginuo sam ko zec od bossa, izgubio sam 2-3 puta po ne znam 200 ovih i opet imam više nego što mi treba, razumiješ.
I need more time.
Ajde da vidimo što ovo moj rad.
Šta, taj shape shift build?
Da.
Pa i pre Werewolf build bio jak, a Medved je kao tanky bio.
Pa jest, i to baš ono primeću. Sa Medvedom jebate sam imao oko 14.000 health-a.
Need something for it?
I...
Pa dobro, to nije loše.
Još toliko, brate, Fortify-a, tako da znaš, ono.
Da, ne. Da.
Farewell, and good luck will it be.
Brate, ovi build je čovječe mnogo kliki.
Misliš, mora mnogo da se spamuje dugme?
Ima da se spamuje mnogo.
Onda nisi igrao s nekromancerom. A da imaš prsten koji ti je autokaste kod nekromancera.
O, ne, ovdje imamo mnogo da se pritiska.
Malo prije sam prodao 30 legendary itema. Ancestor legendary itema.
Oh, battle. Very nice. It seems you used a fair bit of magic in that one.
Well struck. Well strikes the father.
Mislim da je neka fora s ovim Templom, da treba nekog da ubijem s njim da bi dobio reset na Templu, a Temple mi daje kako se zove, Spirit nazad i onda a kad menjam forme dobijam power up na sve i to se stekuje.
A to je onaj što... Jao, znam.
Ali zaista sve radi više damage-a, samo što Znaš, ovo Temple nisam vidio u životu da radi ovoliko damage-a.
Lucky stun, lucky slow. Dobro, mi se sviđa. Definitivno.
Father bless. What do you need?
Ne kažem da je loš build, vidim potencijal, ali...
Ali?
Da li želim sad da učim?
Osam minuta World Boss. Ajde, da sad čekamo World Boss. Pa što? Toliko teško naučiti nešto novo.
Nije ovo. Znaš, ono, damage je definitivno tu.
I need more time. I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
Gdje je boss?
Dobro pitanje, a?
O, evo ga, našao sam, da.
Od Bear Tribe-a pa 10.
Nego rekao sad, u stvari nemam vremena, mislim, rekao da idem na onog viteza. Znaš, ono kao Uber boss, u fazonu rekao da ispravam damage na njemu, kakav je.
On je smeci za to. Probaj Duriel. Ali običan Duriel boss. Ne, ovo je buff, on je.
I'm not ready yet.
Ja imam materijala, imao sam materijala, možda još uvijek imam, da samo nem kao boostovanu verziju, ali to je... Ne.
Treba damage za to.
Ma nije ni damage, skinuo samo ja, 1/5. Nego ima taj neki poison koji ako te tikuje, čak i kad ne udari nije problem, nego poison. Znaš? On telegrafiše sve, ne može baš da se ono zaleti u tebe da ti ne možeš da se izmeti, mislim ja toliko spor. Nego imaš te neki kao dot koji nabaci na pod i kada te truje, maksu on imam resist, razumeš, ovdje džaba. Kad ne mogu ja biti 200 level, piše lepo postalo 200, znači ima duplo statistike koliko ima inače.
Da.
I njegov poison, razumeš, skida, znači health, znači ti kljukaš se na picima jedino da, a to je malo ono cheat, da koristiš one, kako se zovu, invulnerable, one kao, ono što ti daje 3-4 sekunde na ranjivost.
Aha.
E, ako se sva taktika u tome zasnijem, onda ne znam šta da kažem. Mislim, mogu ja to da igram, ali to je ono, boring. Znači, to je kao meta i bez toga ne možeš ni da pređeš to. A onda ajde da to ne radi. To ti isto bilo za ovo, kako se zove, Lilith. Znaš, nije Lilith kao one shot ako imaš kao, kad krene da ona kastuje te neke gluposti, kao, postaneš kao neranjiv na par sekundi i prođeš kroz to. I to je rešenje. Ok, drago mi je što ste bazirali svoj gameplay na jednom skillu koji ima svaki karakter. Razumem bi da igraš sa hardcore karakterom, pa ti tako nešto treba, da ne bi stvarno otego papke, ok, nužno je, razumeš. Ali ne vidim zašto.
Hello. Greetings.
Evo je gold, silver, blok. Marš.
Sad ću vas 6 sekundi. 5.
I'm not ready yet.
To.
I need more time.
Matt Chukin. Welcome to my channel.
Treba ti 10 bossa, a to se sećam za seasonal journey. Jedino zbog toga, a to što daje loot dobar.
Pa dobro je za početi njeno loot zato što ti daje maksimalne vrednosti, barem po meni, to zvuči ono dobro na početku.
A fine deal. Very good. Thank you.
Don't ruin all that work.
It is done.
They're always back for.
Oh. Okay. Daj samo. 9 od 10. Very good. Gdje je Draguljar ovdje? Craft Games. Možda pogađaš šta hoću da napravim, jel? Koji game ja uvijek pravim? Nije teško pogoditi.
Idemo live za sve pare.
Pa... možda sam malo preterao. Malo.
Prečera!
Da sad smo slušali tebe, sad slušamo njega.
Jesi prečera? Sad slušali ste najboljeg, sad slušate mene, jel?
Ne, najbolji među
Najbolji među najboljima.
Najbolji među najboljima.
Tako se pravilno izgovara.
Best of the worst.
A, ovi unikovi njih ne možeš da temperuješ, aha.
Ne možeš da ih temperuješ? A možda ih upgradeuješ?
Da, možeš ono masterwork, ali dobro, to košta. Brate, oni obola, nisam farmovan, tako da ih nema mnogo.
Sporo si farme. To su baš namontirali da bude endgame.
Jel da?
Aha. Ako misliš da ćeš ga skorije vreme upgradeovati na više, ti treba level 8 da bi uradio seasonal journey. To ne znam koliko itema. Kao, važi. Good joke. Good joke, Blizzard. Gdje su ovi gvozdeni vukovi, ja nemam pojma.
Kako misliš?
A ne znam da im je baza.
A, ja, to ti je ono malo mesto.
A gdje, u kojoj regiji?
S leve strane, gore levo treba da bude.
I to znam, ali...
A, evo ga, Altar of Ruins. Ja mislim da su... Ne.
Ne, nije. Gdje se pođeš ti na?
A, evo ga, našao sam ga.
Koja regija?
Iron Wolf Encampment. Ta zona ti je onako mala i trenutno je zahvaćena sa Helltideom. Ili hoćeš invite, pa dođi na mene.
Kedžistan vidim, Iron Wolf Encampment, vidim ga.
To je to.
Jedva ga vidim, zato se ne vidi kako treba taj quest.
Pa da, malo je za... Sada i ovaj Helltide ga zahvatio.
Vidimo skin kakav je dobar. You open the box, I came.
Yes. Fali mi još 300 pojena da završim ovo.
Bro, meni fali još 3 level.
Ej, zadnji je.
Doduše nisam ga radio uopšte.
Pa lako je, odeš u Helltide i samo biješ.
Bro, nego sam radio...
Može i to, uplaćaš 70 evra i...
Dobiš pojena.
Go Power Rangers.
Power Rangers.
I need more time. I need more time.
Je to ta sezona 5 sljedeće nedelje za kod ili se meni čini već?
Da.
Jeste.
Si vidio skinovi nastaviti, a?
Znači, Slovn je pobedio, ne.
I need more time.
Staje, otvore Boži. Staje.
I'm not ready yet.
Staje.
Draculaz.
To je to.
Welcome to my channel.
To je to. Urađeno.
Evo me pored druida koji sebe naziva Snakeom. Ja neko zamisli.
To dnevnjak? Novo ili staro?
A?
Neko gleda dnevnjak.
A.
You saved many lives today. Rest now.
To je spala došla spala.
Pa do 12 sati, pa to će sad bude i daily, brati, jel daj verimo.
Yes. Usto.
Uspeo si da ustaneš, jel?
Ovo mi čale, kafu.
Čale.
Čale je kralj.
Jel rekao Čale, ajde više ustaj šta spavaš.
Ustaj sine, majka zove, ustaj sine, zora je.
Šupa u glasnih žica bi bilo.
Ti si ovdje, Bog i batina.
Ima neki novi hit od desinhronizovanog majmuna.
Samo loži mene, mislim.
Daj neki novi hit.
Znaš šta mi se čini, Kecmane? Trenutno je lakše ubiti onu Andariel.
Čekaj, prolazi njegovo vreme.
Lilit.
Ja, vrte. To je pravi vodelo. Šta svaki put da ti dođe, bre, na vrate nastupi da se ti onako vrti, brate. Ko, mislim, ako je to nekom zanimljivo, bre, do vrate kraja života, onda ne znam, bre.
Vidi da ima budala koji ne znam.
Na početku je okej, stvarno presmešno. Karizma, nenormalno, brate, zasiti se čovjek, smori, brate. Ali ajde, dok može, dok tera, dok ovaca ima, nek tjera, brate. Posle, što je uradio je, što bi rekao.
Ki dušao? Svaki dušao.
Sad si igra moje omiljene igre.
Jebo, mater, ako ne odem da legnem, da mi spavam nazad u krevet. Jebo majku. Napolje sipi neko govno od kiše. Ne živim se bukvalno.
Da nemam ove probleme, jebo više pas majku, a da napravim kuću treba mi, brate, treba mi plac, treba mi ovo što je bada, nemam vremena da se bavim.
Okej.
Napravim kuću.
Mislim da trenutno možeš možda lakše ubiti zadnjeg bossa na boostovanog nego sve ostalo.
I need time to do that.
Tsutsumashi i Tsutsushima.
I need time to do that.
Ghost of Tsushima.
Tsushima.
Hinox, the priest, you help?
Bla bla bla.
Matsutsushi.
Jo meni kaže, kao, šta se ja garantovao, kao, pa nisam ja garantovao da će ti da neće se deliš kao majmun.
Kontam da me čuje, znaš, zato ono.
Šta će biti s kućom?
God da se dereš, ja rekao, ali ja umem baš glasom se proderem. Pa nema šanse ništa se čuje.
Je to sa njegovog kanala ili? Nešto staro? Taj Milo Milanković.
Ko Milo Milanković?
Mislim da je Milo Milanković, onaj Dnevnjak.
A čuješ kako preko?
A ne, brate, blues.
A? Ma ne, nego gledam stream od nekada. Prosto mu, ovaj, kako se zove, komšija da mu lupa bre na vratima zato što se dere. A vlasnik stana mu rekao, da se ne čuje ništa, da je, znaš, stan, može da se dere, a on kaže, on se baš i glasno dere, to mu je posao.
I'm not ready yet.
Ti kad se tuko s njom, je li Kecman? Mene ništa nije jasno.
I need more time.
Ovdje stavk health. 31 health.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. I cannot use that. I need more time.
Okay. Enough is enough. Yeah, leave now. Nije mi jasno šta me ubija. Možda ona eksplozija. Ko će ga znati. All good. Hoću se što pojde.
Prijatno. Pa pam pa pam pararara.
Tarsai. Welcome to my channel.
Ja se izvinjavam.
To?
O,
Na čemu?
onda ništa.
Da smo pričali pa nisi bio tu, šta?
Ne, podvrgnu su.
Pošteno, brate, domaći smo slobodno.
Svejedno, jedan standard.
Standard je. Moderni bre ljudi smo, brate. Ja nikad nisi imao kompleks.
Od toga?
Što, brate?
Dobro, mislim, ponekad možeš da uradiš neki korak da to ne bude autokera.
Ma ja da igram po nekim, naravno ne u društvu, iskrivim se pa, tiho. Neka, ali ovako kući ili ovako na Discordu, šta me boli kurac, slobodan sam čovjek, hoću svoju slobodu.
To.
To se mene tiče, jebi ga ako smeta nekom, nek me mutira, ili ja mutiram nikako.
Jednostavno nekad čovjek ne stigne.
Ti si čovjek, moraš da... Isto kao kad ne bi mogao da prdneš pa da pukneš.
Reci to kad ti se uklješti.
Brate, kompjuter hoće da mi eksplodira.
Da su kuleri aktivirani baš jako, a?
Ma ne, nego... Jak, neki kurac, tako. Don't be afraid. Jebote mine. Jebane mine.
Šta igraš, kod ili Helldivere?
Kod igram Deathmatch, hoću da pređem Battle Pass, da to namirim da bi kupio sljedeći. I koje skinove... Skinove nikad neću upaliti, ali dobro.
Bitno je da ti njih imaš, ali tako?
Da ne, igram za njih. Da? Uđite. Uđi, uđi.
Dark Rachidi. Welcome to my channel.
Da? Ne, jel za kompom sam. Ajde, to me sad. Daj mi minut dva. Utjeram se, tu sam... Kaj snimam?
Startira grupa, brate drago.
Boys, I'm looking for a good fun. Let's see. Slash rate.
Here.
Inside the building.
Well.
Oh, there he is. Was he on fire? Yeah, he did. S.W.Frost rated with 4. S.W.Frost invaded with 4 reviews. Thank you, sir. Much appreciated on the raid. Is he dead? Off to work.